We have probably a minute until we get started. But I figured I'd say good morning, break the ice here.
Morning, Joe.
Morning,
Good to
Craig.
see
Good
you.
to see you here.
Good morning, Joe.
Morning, Damon. It's the longest day of the year, so why not have the longest meeting of the year?
Yeah. I may not be able to stay for the whole thing, but I look forward to seeing how this works.
Yeah.
Joe, you can't jinx it like that. That's bad karma.
What did you say?
So that's bad karma to start off by saying longest meeting ever.
Longest meeting of the year.
Hey, Chell, I'm Jonah.
Hey, Jonah. Nice to meet you.
Absolutely. Thanks for bringing me on.
Yeah, thanks for being here.
You
It's
bet.
great. We have 40 some tag members that might be showing up today, and it takes a lot of effort to do what we do. So, all right.
Yeah,
Well,
I
it
can
is.
tell. Reviewing the materials, it's in depth and detailed. So, yeah, kind of excited to hear how it goes and what everybody says, and I'm here to be a part of it.
Great. Glad to have you here.
Thanks.
All right. Well, let's get started. It is 8:30. Welcome to this is a combined commercial and residential energy code technical advisory group meeting. I'm your chair, Chell Anderson. And thank you for making yourselves available today so we can respond to something that the council directed the tag to do. We're generally here to suggest revisions to the commercial and residential energy code to reduce risk of non-compliance preemption with EPCA as interpreted by the 3-judge panel in the CRA versus Berkeley appeal. And I'm not a lawyer, so I'm paraphrasing in a lot of cases. So we're going to find out a bit about EPCA. We're also going to find out a bit about CRA versus Berkeley. We have Dirk Meyer-Bachtel that's going to talk to us a little bit about those things. So everybody has a common basis of understanding. So this is my welcome and introductions. So I'm going to read out exactly what our charge is today. Stein wrote in an email to tag members. At the meeting on May 24th, the council approved a motion and directed staff to file the CR 101, the pre-proposal statement of inquiry, and convene the tags for both energy codes to make modifications to the commercial and residential energy codes to reduce the risk related to the Berkeley decision and the EPCA and EPCA adjacent items. And that's a quote from an email he sent to all of the tag members, and that's kind of our direction today. So we're going to limit what we talk about to those kinds of things. And if the tag members saw that some proposals were rejected, and those proposals were ones that, well, Stoyan included the reasons in there, but it was generally felt that they were not related to the direction of the council to the tag. The council discussion regarding this motion was clear from the members' comments. I'm again quoting from Stoyan's email, that the intent of the motion was to limit the proposals to only those that respond to risk created by the City of Berkeley decision EPCA and the building code exceptions in EPCA. Reflecting this, the CR 101 stated that the reason the changes to the energy code may be needed is to address possible federal preemption issues regarding appliance regulation. So that's why we're here today. We have lots and lots of proposals to review. And while it's a very long meeting, it's not too short to, I think, consider all the proposals. Dave, I see your hand up. I want to go through a few other things before I call on anybody. The first 2 hours of the day, assuming the agenda is approved shortly, are reserved for understanding EPCA and what's called federal preemption and asking questions about it. So we all have a reasonable understanding of potential remedies. And we all have a common basis of understanding of what the federal law actually says and what CRA versus Berkeley kind of says as well. So general instructions for this meeting. This is a large Zoom meeting. Please mute when you are not talking. Please, please, please mute when you're not talking. Almost every meeting has somebody who's talking on the phone and another conversation. We get to hear what they have to say. Please also raise your hand if you want to be recognized to speak. So just so that everybody knows how to raise your hand, if you go into the Zoom bar, you can go into reactions, and there is at the very bottom of that a raise hand button. If you click on that, it will raise your hand. I will see you raising your hand. I will put you on a list, And I will call on everybody in the order in which I see them raise their hand. So, and then you have to also do the same thing if you want to lower your hand. So once you're done speaking, please lower your hand. There's also, normally there's a free-flowing conversation, and I can see people nodding when they generally agree with something. Because we're on Zoom and most of you don't have your cameras on, I can't see you all, and I can't tell when we're getting really close to agreement on something. So please use under reactions, you can use a thumbs up or a thumbs down if you agree with what a tag member is saying. And that way, if somebody's proposing something like, hey, why don't we strike this or something like that, if I see 20 thumbs up, then I know, okay, we have general agreement. Maybe it's time to, make a motion and vote on this thing. If I see lots of dissent, then, let's discuss it until we're ready to vote on it. But normally I would have the head nodding. I don't have the head nodding because of Zoom. So that's why I'm asking you to do that. And then I'm writing down names as I see hands go up. So I'm going to do that. So I guess the first order of business is to do a roll call of tag members and then let the public introduce themselves. So go ahead, Krista.
Okay, Chell Anderson,
I'm present.
Damon Doyle,
I am here.
Mike Fowler,
I'm here.
Scott Henderson,
Here.
Jeremy Moore, Shane Niles,
Here.
Chris Holliday, Mike Poirier, Wade Craig,
Here.
Dwayne Johnlin, Ray Alshouse,
Here.
Dave Balon,
Here.
Lisa Rosenau,
Here.
Eric Bedell, Martin Connor, Sarah Breed,
Breedy, present.
Breedy, thank you. Jonathan Jones,
Here.
Megan Kramer, Irina Rasputnis,
Here.
Chris Burrows,
Here.
David Reddy,
Here.
Michael Baranek, Miguel Rodriguez, Gary Hickinen,
Here.
Kevin Duell,
Here.
Poppy Storm,
Here.
Luke Howard,
Present.
Liz Reichert,
Present.
Andrea Smith,
Present.
CJ Brockway, Andrew Poltorak, Greg Davenport,
Here.
Sean Vig,
Here.
Albert Rooks, Jason Carter,
Present.
Alan Montpelier, Elizabeth Joyce, Henry Odom,
Here.
Eric Olnon,
Present.
Patrick Hayes,
Present.
Gavin Tenold,
I'm here.
John Lang, Jeanette McKay,
Here.
Michael Curtright, Gregory Johnson,
Present.
Jonah Kinchy,
I'm here.
Michael Bragg Scala,
Present.
and I think that was anybody or everybody. If someone was appointed and I didn't call out your name, please let me know. Or if you didn't hear your name being called.
Okay, we'll call that good. I didn't hear anybody. I don't see anybody's hand up regarding them not being here or not having access to sound or something. Okay. And Krista, am I remembering that we should let the public introduce themselves at this point for a tag meeting? I know we do that in a council meeting.
Yes, at the chair's discretion.
Okay, if members of the public, please keep it brief. Want to introduce yourselves, please. So right now we are on this is not a panel like the council in terms of the Zoom technology. So you can simply unmute and say your name. I think that might be, we have a lot of people here, so maybe that's not 72 people. So maybe that's not a great idea. Okay, why don't you raise your hand if you want to introduce yourself as a member of the public, and I'll call on you and then you can introduce yourself. Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, my name is Tom Handy. I'm a Whitman County Commissioner and I'm sit on the council for the east side of the state county commissioners.
Thank you, Tom. Ann.
Hi, I'm Ann Anderson. I own Green Mountain Structural Engineering in Vancouver, Washington. We specialize in residential projects and have home builders as our clients that build all over the state of Washington. And I'm also very involved in the ICC code development process.
Great to have you, Ann. Tim.
Yeah, Tim Atterbury, Associated General Contractors of Washington. We represent 700 contractors here in the state of Washington.
Thank you, Tim. Welcome. Jay.
Jay Arnold. I'm a member of the State Building Code Council representing cities of Western Washington, here to observe.
Thank you, Jay. Craig.
Hi, I'm representing the, let me start over. This is Craig, and I'm a member of the State Building Code Council representing commercial contractors across the state. Thank you.
Thanks, Craig. Okay, I'm seeing no more hands up. Okay, we will move on. Then, before we consider the agenda, we have a few new tag members, and I just wanted to provide a few thoughts to help them and then everybody else who maybe is their first time at a tag meeting, because we haven't done this in a while. We follow Robert's rules in the tag generally with motion, seconds, and other procedures. If you're a tag member and you don't know how to do that, just raise your hand and ask me a question, and the rest of the tag will help you format your language or your idea into the proper language to set in place a motion. Basically, a motion will happen, someone will second it. If somebody seconds it, then we'll discuss it. And at some point we will vote on it when we get into the separate residential and commercial tags. This is a public meeting, it's being recorded. The public can speak during portions of the meeting and is encouraged to provide technical input. The tag, I just want to remind everybody, the tag does not actually write the code or make final decisions on the code. We do vote on code proposals, and we help craft better language and good ideas into code language. But we're voting on them to send them to the committees and the full council for further consideration And that will go through those are all public meetings, and it'll go through a further public process called the CR 102 at that point. So we can respond to the council's direction by forwarding multiple proposals or just one for each code. In this case, whatever we vote on will go through at least one committee to the council for more public comment, and then back to the council for final consideration. And it could be a longer effort than this. That's the shortest it could possibly be. We have 2 tags convened right now. The residential energy code and the commercial energy code are both here. After the first couple hours, we'll split the rest of the meeting. If you look at the agenda, you'll see that proposed agenda. Also, for several positions, we have a primary and an alternate. Only the primary can make motions and vote when they are present. If they're absent, then the alternate can make motions and vote. So if you're a primary and you need to leave for a while today, please let your alternate know. And you could do that by emailing them, or you could just raise your hand and say, hey, I'm going to be out for the next couple hours. Please have my alternate vote in my place. That'll help kind of Krista when we do the voting on things. And then just to put it out there, the quick note from the bylaws, what the technical advisory groups do. Technical advisory groups may be established by the council or standing committee chairs to assist the council and standing committees in the discharge of their responsibilities. In this case, I'm no longer quoting, we have kind of a narrow focus based on what I read earlier. So I guess I wanted to put it up to tag members today. Are there questions about the role of the tag today and our purview? Go ahead, Damon.
Shell, can you explain how tag members are chosen or appointed? I mean, is there a prescribed group of industries that are represented, or is it kind of random? I know this is a very large.
Yes. Yeah. So the council votes on the roles to be represented, and that happens at the beginning of the cycle. So the council will vote probably in the next 6 months on the roles for the tag for the next cycle. Does that make sense? So the council voted in like 2020 or so for the roles that are represented now. So there's about 20 or so roles for the residential energy code tag, and about 20 slightly different roles for the commercial energy code tag. In the past, basically, it's really, really hard to find tag numbers. And so in order to get out of being on the tag, you had to find someone to replace you. And so when people have left, if they are not able to find someone to replace them on the tag to represent their industry or their role, then it fell to me or staff to find someone to take on that role. And it usually has been a challenge in the past. So yeah, and then when we rarely have multiple people applying for a tag position, to be honest. But when we do, then the chair, me in this case, appoints people. So we ask for a resume and we ask for a letter of interest, kind of background. What is your background? Are you qualified to do this role? And then the chair appoints the actual tag members.
Okay, and you noted there were some new tag members. Are they filling vacant spots?
Yes. So I coordinated a lot with staff on this to make sure that we were all in agreement on how many and what the openings were, because there was a little bit of confusion of that. So there was an opening for electrical engineer on commercial, and that we had one applicant, and that was Gregory Johnson. We had, and this was news to me, we had an opening on the commercial for a building official, and Shane Niles or Nils was appointed for that. Ray Allshouse, Dwayne was unable to be here. He represents cities and counties on the commercial code tag, and he suggested Ray Allshouse as his alternate, and so Ray Allshouse was appointed. For residential cost estimator, we had there was also also commercial cost estimator, Martin Connor has not shown up very often. So someone applied for a cost estimator and was qualified to be the commercial cost estimator with an emphasis on affordable housing. And so Sarah, you corrected someone on your name earlier, Breedy was appointed for the commercial cost estimator alternate. And then for residential cost estimator, we had two applicants, John Kinchy and Michael, I'm gonna hurt your last name, so I'm Michael B. And John is the primary and Michael is the alternate. So does that answer your question? Okay, so we do have new tag members, so that's, yeah, it's good to do that. Are there any questions about the tag focus today from tag members? Okay, and then a few more ways we can work more efficiently today, and these are kind of based on the tag workings in the past. For votes of the tag, if there's more than one dissenting vote, I will ask for a roll call vote. In other words, if I hear one nay, we have about 20 people. If I hear one nay, I think a voice vote is probably appropriate. If I hear more than one nay on anything, I will ask for a roll call vote, just to be clear where everyone stands, but also for clarity that we're following all the rules. Public comments and questions will be limited to 90 seconds. We have lots of people and we have lots of code proposals. Please be respectful. There's lots of volunteers who are here, and if you agree and are making new points, great. If you agree with somebody or making the same points as a previous speaker, please go ahead and agree with them. But you don't need to restate all their points in detail. This is kind of how we do it at the council as well. I'm asking for please no grandstanding. We're here to do a tough job, and it's tougher when we have people grandstanding. And then use your thumbs up and thumbs down when to let everybody else know that you agree or disagree with something, and that's for tag members. Okay, so with that, let's take action on the agenda. You see the agenda in front of you. Does anybody want to make a motion on the agenda or discuss it? And this is for tag members.
Motion to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, so I think Gary made a motion and Lisa seconded it. That's
Yes.
that's what I heard. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Dave, go ahead. Dave, you are on mute if you're talking.
This is mostly a question.
Sure.
I don't really see how it's on the agenda, so I'm going to ask it anyway. Are we going to have a brief or at least a significant description of what the issues that we're trying to solve, given the court cases in California and the decisions in the Ninth Circuit from that, so that we know exactly what it is we're trying to mitigate?
That's a really good question, Dave, and I think the answer is going to be more murky than you want to hear. We are going to have under item number 4, under the joint session, we are going to have Dirk Meyer-Bachtel from the Attorney General's office talk to us a bit about CRA versus Berkeley and a bit about the rules under EPCA. And then we will have a public and tag discussion on what those rules actually mean and at least in general terms, possible remedies. So that's how we'll go about that. I think what there's risk is a lot of gray area, and so the idea is we want to reduce risk to a reasonable level under EPCA. And so if we know more about EPCA, we will every individual tag member can make up their minds as to whether they're adequately reducing risk under EPCA. And then I guess to that to just continue on that, one thing I'm going to suggest that the TAG do is pass multiple options for the council to consider so that the council can get legal advice on those options with regards to EPCA and the CRA versus Berkeley 9th Circuit ruling. So I'm going to suggest, and you're the TAG, you do what you want. I'm just running the meeting. But I'm going to suggest that we pass multiple options to mitigate risk under EPCA so that we can get legal counsel to weigh in on at the MBE or council level, so we can get legal counsel to advise us on the risk of those multiple options. Lisa.
Hi, sorry, I was trying to unmute. I have maybe it's a procedural question for the TAG. Because we're looking at, we have a very specific issue that we're tackling versus, the normal procedure where we have, all different topics that we're looking at, and multiple proposals are very, very similar, or they're overlapping, or they have little nuances from one proposal to the other. What I'm wondering is if, in lieu of starting at the top numerically and just working our way down through the list, would it make sense to review them more strategically and starting with more comprehensive proposal, and then we can kind of layer into that, oh, these other proposals here, they all do the same thing, or with slight changes, and go about it that way. It might be a little bit more efficient to do it that way, but I don't know what the rules are about how proposals have to be reviewed.
Thanks, Lisa. I think that's a great idea, and I think a lot of people on this call are in agreement with that, or at least I saw Kevin Duell put together a spreadsheet that we're going to show later on the residential proposals. I have spent a couple days and tried to figure out the best way to go through these, and I think they're similar to what you said, Lisa, where we consider kind of a comprehensive, the groups of comprehensive proposals first. And for the residential code, there's a few of those. And for the commercial code, there's, I think, different options as well. But anyway, I have a strategy for that. And I can, once we get into the individual tag meetings, I think the residential tag and the commercial tag can each decide individually if that's the right approach to getting through all these proposals.
I have one other question.
Sure.
The other question too is, you mentioned, just for the benefit of the rest of the committee, you mentioned that separate committees may be convened to evaluate the proposals that the tag has, made some decisions about. That's a similar, it sounds like that's a similar process that was applied at the IACC, the 2024 code, where proposals that the tag made some decisions, but they didn't vote yet, but they made some decisions on proposals that they generally supported, but there's a lot of overlapping and whatever between them, and those committees were convened to do the work of overlapping them, so a cohesive proposal is then put forth to the tag to vote on. Are you thinking about doing the same thing, or how do you think that will go?
Yeah, so how I envision it to go, you're the tag can make motions to do anything you want, but how I think the meeting would run best and produce the best results would be to have the tag, convene today, review, of course, all the proposals, but pass multiple options that would then go to the MVE committee. As I said earlier, the tag doesn't make final decisions on any code. The council does, but we recommend things. So we'd recommend a group of proposals to go to the MBE committee, and I guess we'd consolidate all the prescriptive proposals probably into one package that we thought was the best, technically feasible, and, good code language package, send that to the MVE. And then we would package the, R405 kind of building performance options to the MVE. And then the MVE would consider them, take more public comment, consider, anything else that is brought up, send those to the council. The council would then consider all those, take more public comment, and then move one or more packages for each code into the CR 102 public comment process, which should be open for a while, and then take public comment and then vote something into a final rulemaking. That's my guess as to how it might work. There might be other options for how it works, but what we do today will definitely go to the MVE committee, is my understanding, and that will be the next step. Does that answer your question, or I don't know, did you have further concerns?
No, that answers my question. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, well, is there public comment on the agenda? Please raise your hand if you have public comment on the agenda. Okay, with that, let's take a voice vote on the agenda. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, the ayes have it. We agree on something. That's awesome. And just to be clear, the thumbs up does not count as a yes vote. It is just an informal way of letting me know, or others know, that something has general agreement from you. Okay, so now we have an agenda. We're on to item 3, process and expectations. This part will be short. First 2 hours, EPCA, CRA, Berkeley, and a discussion on those things so that we all have at least somewhat of a common understanding. Again, my recommendation is to pass multiple proposals, so the council has more options when it comes to getting attorney feedback on that. I'm going to hand it over to Dirk right now, and after that, we'll walk through kind of the main pathways we've seen and open it up for discussion from public and tag members on the items that Dirk brings up. So Dirk.
Thanks, Chell. Here I am. Morning, everybody. Appreciate, Chell, the opportunity to present this morning to the energy tags. I see some familiar faces here. It's good to see folks who I've worked with before on these issues, and see some new faces too. Good morning. Chell's asked me, and staff too have asked me to provide a very general overview of a few items that I think are on people's minds this morning. That is the Energy Policy and Conservation Act, EPCA, which we've been hearing about, and about that Ninth Circuit case called the California Restaurant Association versus City of Berkeley, a decision which was issued in April of this year. My role here is to provide, as I said, a high level overview. Actually just occurred to me, I don't think I introduced myself. I'll just jump right into it. I'm Derek Meyerbuckle. I'm an assistant attorney general. The reason that I've been invited is because I'm lead counsel to the State Building Code Council, and I've represented the council during a bulk of the rulemaking process. I'm going to provide this presentation, and then we will open it up for some questions. I'm going to disclaimer a few things now, and then I will disclaimer them again after the fact. I'm sure you're all aware that there is active litigation involving several of the rules that have been promulgated by the council in the energy codes. So what I can share today is necessarily pretty limited, right? I can't, I want to be careful to not overshare any information, disclose any confidential information, or offer advice. My role here, we've decided, is to simply provide as high level an overview of the law and answer any questions that focus on facts and sort of uncontested legal issues as to the best of my ability. But I do welcome any questions folks have after I'm done with this presentation. And another disclaimer, you will see me sticking pretty close to the script in front of you right now, that resisting my, sorry, Krista's got to not restart her computer right now. I'll let her do that. Resist my general urges to fill in the gaps with jokes and asides and the rest. I want to be mindful of everybody's time. And as I said, stick to the script. Okay, so let's start with this first slide where we're going to introduce the Energy Policy and Conservation Act. This is a federal law. EPCA, which we can find at 42 USC section 6292 subsection A. If this seems dry, it's going to stay dry, so drink your coffee. This federal law, and USC incidentally is the United States Code. It's where federal statutes are codified. It's a federal law that establishes efficiency standards for consumer appliances. The statute contains a list of 19 consumer products that are considered covered products for which the U.S. Secretary of Energy is authorized to establish energy conservation standards. EPCA also allows the Department of Energy to classify other types of consumer products as covered products if the Department of Energy determines that classifying the products as covered products is necessary or appropriate to carry out the purposes of EPCA, and the average annual per household energy used by products of such type is likely to exceed 100 kilowatt hours per year. And we offered the citation in the USC, in the United States Code, for where that is. Next slide, please. So we framed up what EPCA is federal energy efficiency statute that establishes federal energy efficiency standards. What is CRA versus Berkeley? By the way, you'll hear the case called several things: California Restaurant Association, CRA, City of Berkeley, or simply Berkeley. It's a decision that was handed down in April 2023 by a panel of the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals that invalidated a Berkeley ordinance that prohibited the extension of natural gas pipes in new buildings. And it invalidated that ordinance under EPCA's preemption rule, which is in 42 USC section 6297 subsection C. Importantly for our purposes, the court ruled that EPCA, quote, preempts regulations that relate to the quantity of natural gas directly consumed by certain consumer appliances at the place where those products are used. And you're going to see some numbers on the screen afterwards. That's the citation to where that is in the court opinion in the federal the court report. Okay. So that's not the final word on the subject. There are exceptions to EPCA's preemption rule, the rule that was applied and construed by the Ninth Circuit panel. One of those exceptions is what we call the building code exception or exemption. Under EPCA, building codes are exempt from the preemption rule if they meet 7 specified requirements. You'll find those requirements at 42 USC subsection 6997 sub F3. In order to meet the exception, each one of these specified requirements must be met. The first requirement is that the building code has to permit a builder to meet an energy consumption or conservation objective for a building by selecting items whose combined energy efficiencies meet the objective. Second, the building code does not require that the covered product, this is the appliance that's subject to the federal efficiency standard, have an energy efficiency exceeding the applicable energy conservation standard established by the Department of Energy. Next slide. 3, the credit to the energy consumption or conservation objective allowed by the building code for installing covered products having energy efficiencies exceeding the energy conservation standard established by the DOE is on a 1-for-1 equivalent energy use or equivalent cost basis. 4, If the building code uses one or more baseline building designs against which all submitted building designs are to be evaluated, and that baseline building designs contain a covered product subject to an energy conservation standard established by the DOE, the baseline building designs must be based on the efficiency level for the covered product, the appliance, which meets but does not exceed DOE's standard. If the building code sets forth one or more optional combinations of items which meet the energy consumption or conservation objective, for each combination which includes a covered product, the efficiency of which exceeds either the standard or the level referred to in criterion D, the one I just mentioned, there also must be at least one combination which includes such covered product, the efficiency of which does not exceed the standard or level by more than 5%, except that at least one combination shall include such covered product, the efficiency of which meets but does not exceed such standard. By the way, there will not be a quiz on this at the end, I promise. I was at 06. The energy conservation or conservation objective is specified in terms of an estimated total consumption of energy, which may be calculated from energy loss or gain-based codes, utilizing an equivalent amount of energy, which may be specified in units of energy or its equivalent cost. Next slide. Finally, the seventh criteria, the estimated energy use of any covered product permitted or required in the building code or used in calculating the objective is determined using the applicable test procedures prescribed under EPCA, except that the state may permit the estimated energy use calculation to be adjusted to reflect the conditions of the areas where the code is being applied if such adjustment is based on the use of the applicable EPCA appliance test procedures or other technically accurate documented procedure. So what I've just read, and I'm confident that most of you are sort of lost in the details because this is a pretty prescriptive and detailed statutory scheme. But those are the 7 criteria that the federal statute requires building codes to meet if it's going to meet the building code exemption. As Chell said at the beginning, I'm not here to advise the tag on whether any of these proposals meet the building code exemption. Now we're going to save that for a later date for when the proposals are considered by the MVE committee or the council. But Chell and SBCC staff wanted to ensure that everybody was aware of what the federal law requires under EPCA, what the city of Berkeley case was about, and what these building code exemptions require to help frame the conversation you're going to have today. So those are my disclaimers. I pretty much stuck to the script rather. I guess that's a good effort for me. And then welcome any questions that folks ask, again, with the disclaimer that because we're in active litigation, there's probably not a lot that I can share specifically about these proposals or about ongoing work that the council is doing. Kel, do you want to call on folks?
Yeah. Yes, why don't I do that?
Yeah, and Chell, if you want to start by asking a question, please do.
Sure. And I wanted to just to be clear, I don't remember if you said it, Dirk, or not, but the Ninth Circuit does cover the state of Washington. So that has jurisdiction over us. And I guess there was one other lawsuit worth mentioning, which was in 2011, which also was the Ninth Circuit. And I guess I don't want to paraphrase the findings in cases, but it seemed to generally allow the credit table to be used as part of the building code in Washington, but other people might have.
Yeah, well, let me say something.
Sure.
Yes, I'm sorry, and I'm sorry to step on you, Chell. That was, so what Chell's just referenced is a case called BIAW versus SBCC, which I think was back in 2010. There was went to the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, which issued a decision in 2011, and that was about the energy code then. I did sketch out the 7 criteria, the 7 standards that are used for determining whether the building code exemption applies. And for those who want to do some deep research, it's an interesting resource.
Thanks, Dirk. Andrea, you have the floor.
Thank you. Andrea with BIW here. Question about the definition, if there's a legal definition of adjacent.
So I'm not prepared, and so this is where I'm going to start to be a little annoying in my caution. I'm not prepared to provide any specific guidance with respect to whether there are legal definitions that pertain to this statute.
Andrea, do you want to talk a bit more about why you care about the word adjacent?
Absolutely. I'm interested in hearing the basis of your question. And if that could help us all get smarter about some of the issues, I welcome that. I'm not prepared to provide any specific analysis.
Yeah, I guess the basis for my question would be my recollection of the last meeting where the direction was given to the tag and the MVE and the full council, I suppose, as well as staff.
Andrew, excuse me, I'm going to interrupt you. Are you talking about the EPCA adjacent language that was in the motion?
Yes, I'm just trying to get clarity on that because some of the changes that we will make in direct reference to EPCA stuff will also kind of not necessarily mesh with other areas of the code, because the code is like this thing that, you know, it's living in it. Everything is interconnected, I guess. So I'm just looking for, I guess, some feedback on maybe Craig, the person who had offered that that language, I suppose, at the SBCC meeting would be able to maybe state what his intent was with that, because I think there might be a difference of opinion.
Oh, okay. And that's fair, Andrea. And I appreciate the question and thanks for the clarification. Yeah, so I think I would defer to Chell, who scoped out at the start of the meeting and offered up the agenda to discuss what the meeting is about and identified the language in the motion that was approved by the council that directed the tags to do this work. If Chell believes this is an appropriate time to have a conversation about that, I would welcome it. But I can tell you I'm not here to provide legal advice or guidance or an opinion regarding the term adjacent or what specific scope is the language that the motion of the approved motion.
Yeah, I made the motion at the council meeting and I included the word adjacent. And I guess to me, the word means that I guess what that meant to me was, I guess also to your point, Andrea, if something needs to be changed to make it compliant, and that requires other modifications within the code to support that compliant bit, then we certainly should have the purview. The goal of the tag is to make sure that the council doesn't consider things that are not good code language, not enforceable, not clear, etc. So if something needs to be clearer or something needs to be changed in order to support the proposals that we're going to consider today, then certainly we should be able to consider those. And I guess I would suggest that if we want to, so all tag members received the proposals that were rejected, along with the note that I read earlier. I read part of the note. So I would suggest that if we want to revive proposals that were rejected, that we do so in the individual tag meetings, not in this group tag meeting, because some were rejected for commercial and some were rejected for residential, and we would spend a lot of time now potentially if we were to have a vigorous discussion on why they were rejected or not. Is that acceptable, Andrea?
Yeah, that sounds great. Thank you.
Okay. And well, I'd like to keep that discussion brief, but we can have that discussion in the individual tags if tag members feel it's warranted. Okay, David, ready?
I guess my question is related to definitions as well, but there's mention of energy and energy use in these sections, and I just wanted to know if there's any clarity. There are definitions in available online in the code. But is it a common understanding that we're referring to site energy use in this tag, when we review these proposals? Or can be other metrics such as source energy use, which is another common.
And David, for clarity, when you're referring to the term energy use, are you referencing that phrase is used in EPCA?
Yes, at least on the version of the code online that I've seen, they link terms to different definitions in the statutes that at least energy use and energy are defined terms. But I was wondering if we could just have a common understanding, if there has been a common understanding that we're referring to site energy use in this context.
Well, so I think I can say a little bit about that. So the term energy use is defined in EPCA. And the phrase is used throughout the statute, including in the preemption rule. That phrase for purposes of EPCA is used rather for purposes of EPCA and has a discrete meaning. And it is, I think I would agree with you. I don't think I'm speaking out of turn to say that it is site-based for purposes of EPCA, right? Because EPCA is about regulating appliances. As the city of Berkeley court put it at their point of use. So, but that if the tag is using the term energy use, I agree that you would want to be clear, at least norming either now or during the course of your meeting as to what you mean by energy use, because the specific phrase is defined under EPCA is for purposes of application of EPCA, not necessarily governing the work of the council to assess what energy use is in the energy code. And I don't know if that was helpful or not, but I think you're wise to point that out, and it would be useful for the council to be clear about what they mean, or tag members rather, to be clear about what they mean when they're using the phrase energy use. Is that helpful?
Yes, it is. I think so. I don't know, Shell, if there's is that direction that we're going to have when we jump into tag meetings?
This portion of the show today is meant to be, general education on and general understanding on what we're trying to do during the individual tags. So I guess I learned something. I didn't know that EPCA more specifically considered site energy. It makes sense, but I think I can repeat that, or you could repeat that during the tags. I think that's reasonable.
Okay, great. Thank you. No, that's really helpful.
Thanks, David. Kevin, you are next.
Oh, thank you, Chair Anderson. Sorry, I'm in board meeting mode. Quick question. On the paragraph, I think it was C regarding EPCA. We could go back to that. There was a mention of the word baseline, and I wanted to make sure I understood that, and the tag as well. Could we scroll back up? Or maybe it was D actually. Okay, so if they one or more baseline building designs, it'd be about such baseline designs contain a covered product. Okay. And the baseline designs are based on the efficiency level for the covered product, which meets but does not exceed DOE standard. Okay. If I'm reading that correctly, then the baseline for the energy code must be, or must include, a covered product that has the DOE's minimum and therefore maximum efficiency standard. Is that a correct interpretation?
I'm not, well, I appreciate the question. I'm not going to offer up my opinion on interpretations of this.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. I absolutely welcome people talking about it and asking the questions and surfacing issues like that. And if you have any thoughts or concerns about this language over the course of the tag meeting, absolutely. Well, I would defer to Chell on how he's going to manage that, but that it wouldn't be inappropriate for you Kevin, to identify that. We will be advising, our office will be advising the council after proposals are agreed upon by the TAG on whether those proposals, in our view, comply with the exemptions standards. And that will necessarily include sort of an analysis of what a baseline building design would be for purposes of this criteria.
Great, I appreciate that. Then I guess I really don't want to be an armchair attorney here, but as I read this, I think what I'm seeing is that the baseline building has to include a covered product at the minimum efficiency. And I'm going to operate from that assumption. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. Dave Balon.
Yeah, I guess it more like had a comment. 2011 Circuit Court decision used site energy as its basis. So that site energy was at least explicitly allowed or put into the decision, into that decision. It is not the same as our current discussion because it doesn't involve fuel use. It doesn't involve fuel selection. But it was actually set up to explicitly allow in our code and presumably in any code site energy as a criteria in parallel with the other criteria that are allowed under the EPCA requirements.
Thanks, Dave. Eric. I can't hear you, Eric. Shows you unmuted, but you might be on double mute.
See, does that
I
work?
hear you now. I hear you now.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Shell. Can we go to page 5 real quick? I have a question related to the E, which is the 5%. Yeah. And again, I'm not asking for an opinion from the attorney, but how I read that is that we, for example, if we allow a natural gas appliance for either heating or domestic water use, we cannot exceed that level by more than 5%. Is that a correct assumption? So, for example, if the appliance is rated in the DOE at 80%, we cannot move the standard to more than 85%. Assuming that's, Kevin, this sort of riffs off what you were saying also about minimum and maximum efficiencies. Is that a correct assumption?
I would read that and saying that there just needs to be a path that does not require equipment efficiencies greater than 5% overfed. Not every path has to be.
Not every path.
Yeah.
That's all I need to know. Whoever responded, I think that was you, Henry. Thank you very much for that.
Yep, no problem.
Thanks, Henry. Is that it for you, Eric? Okay.
That's it. Thank you.
Craig Holt, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chell. I just wanted to add a clarification about the term adjacent. I was the one that offered the friendly amendment. The intent was, and as I saw us working in the council, that it became a concern of mine that we would be so specific to EPCA that we would miss the opportunities to avoid conflict with EPCA. So I requested the term of adjacent, and that to broaden it and not limit it to just the exact term. So that was the intent with the additional word of adjacent, so that we didn't have to come back and do this again in 2 months. That was my intent. Thank you.
I appreciate that, Craig. I don't want to do this in 2 months either. Hopefully we can get it all done today or in the near future. Gavin, you have the floor.
Thanks, Chell. This is more like a request for staff or help. Where would we look up section 6? Does someone have access to section 6295 of Title 42? Which is being referred to under D in the 7 exceptions. That easily.
Can we go back to D, please?
Easily foundable.
Is that a Google search or?
Well, I get like to some Cornell law website.
Yeah, well, actually, Gavin, really good.
Yeah.
So just, I want you to hear this from a practicing lawyer standpoint. Researching federal law can be pretty difficult because the resources aren't always as easy to find as they are here in our state. Our state does a nice job of making codified laws easily accessible. The Cornell University does provide a separate service to update and codify. I shouldn't say codify is the wrong word. Technically, codification is the publication in the U.S. code, but to publish, right, to print the statutes. And so if you go there, they should be up to date. And EPCA hasn't materially been changed over the years or for some time. So, or at least for our purposes, it hasn't been. So even if it's a couple months out of date, it shouldn't really matter for our purposes. So that Cornell site is a good one. There are also other sites too. You can go to the Government Publishing Office, GPO. We'll have statutes available there too. But I think you can be pretty confident that the Cornell University site is good law.
Thank you.
And there was also a link in the meeting email that went out to the site that cited all that language.
Thanks, Krista. By the way, for everybody, Krista is the staff member that works most closely with the Energy Code and is absolutely amazing at what she does. And we couldn't do this without her. So thank you, Krista. Everybody should thank Krista at some point today. Poppy.
Hi, thanks, Chell. So I just had a couple questions that are connected, and maybe this is something that we're going to talk about next. But I was just wondering, is there anything else besides just complying with these 7 points that we need to be considering in relation to the Ninth Circuit Court ruling? And then connected to that, I think there's a step of transitioning from the ruling to what is the problem definition for us. What are we actually trying to solve here with all of these various proposals, so we don't just kind of wade into all of the proposal details without having a clear kind of 1, 2, 3 main issues that we're trying to address that we can compare against when we're looking at the proposals.
Yeah, Poppy, I think since this is a legal matter, I can't speak as a lawyer, but from having spent a lot of time now reading EPCA and the 7 exceptions and looking at all the proposals, that's why I guess I'm suggesting we pass multiple proposals so that we have legal advice later on these things. But my opinion is that there seem to be proposals that get us there, and I think there's multiple pathways that would get us there, which is why I think passing multiple proposals would be good. And I have something I was going to mention once kind of we get in with this part, because basically it seems like in the prescriptive path you could simply strike the requirement for heat pumps and do a few other things with the 406 tables, and you would have it seems like it would reduce the risk significantly. You could also look at the total building performance path and make a few tweaks to that, and that might also be a pathway that's viable. And then a couple of people have also suggested alternate paths. So I think there's multiple ways, but this is really, this 2 hours is so that all of us can get our own understanding of what we need to do, because
That's
nobody
not
from
quite my question.
Okay.
My question
sorry.
isn't what are the pathways. My question is pathway to what? Something can, quote, get us there, but get us where? I think that it would be really helpful, at least to me, what it is that we're trying to accomplish with these new proposals. I'm seeing this list of these 7 things, and I see that there was a ruling, but it's not clear to me. Maybe it is clear to everybody else. how exactly, like, what is exactly that we need to be responsive to in these proposals? Is it a carbon issue? Is it just an equipment issue? I just feel like we need a problem definition so that we understand what we're trying to solve.
Well, so Poppy, the best we can do is the motion from the council, which I quoted earlier, and we want to reduce the risk of preemption under EPCA, based on the Ninth Circuit ruling that happened earlier this year. And there are some, what Dirk has walked us through is some of the ways, not all, but at least one of the ways through the building code exception that the Ninth Circuit and the law kind of seems to say, if you do these things, you don't have to, you're okay. I don't know that I can, I mean.
Okay. So it's just about preemption. We feel that there's something about our code that is possibly in violation of this preemption, but we're not quite identifying what it is, but we're looking at proposals to solve that. And that's the extent of it. There isn't anything about carbon because some of these proposals are removing the whole carbon element, and I'm not hearing any of that in this introduction. So I'm wondering why that's in there.
Phil, do you mind if I jump in for a minute?
Please.
Yeah. I would note that every other statutory requirement regarding the mandate to reduce carbon emissions through the building code still applies. In other words, whatever changes you propose making as a tag to the energy codes would necessarily need to meet all the other requirements in state law governing the energy code. The purpose of this meeting, as Chell has spelled out, is to explore ways to do that without mitigating risk related to the EPCA preemption issue as decided by the City of Berkeley case.
Okay.
I'm sorry, it is a bit vague, but we're trying to give everybody the tools to make their own decisions based on this today. And we'll get into more detail later. So we'll get into more detail on all of this stuff later. Okay. All right, Lisa, you have the floor again.
Yes, thank you. Actually, my question is directed actually to Kevin Dwell, because I wanted to make sure I understand his point. So Kevin, did you bring up the idea that if a piece of equipment is not governed by DOE efficiency requirements, then the EPCA rules do not apply? Was that your question?
If I may, this is Gary. Kevin had to drop off the meeting. He had a conflict, so he's not going to be able to answer that right now. Sorry about that.
Okay, thank you.
So Lisa, I guess, so I think it's 19 appliances covered under EPCA. And I think it's referring to that list of 19 or so appliances. Furnace is on that list. And I think like refrigerators on the list. I think there's a bunch of appliances on the list that are included in the energy code.
Okay, so I think I do understand his point now. So there are this list of 19 different types of equipment. And if there is a piece of equipment that does not fall in within that list of 19, then language could be adopted that applies to that other, what other type of equipment it might be. And these rules do not apply. That's what I'm understanding. Maybe somebody can chime in.
If I could jump in just for a second, just to confuse things a little bit more, there are state efficiency standards for products that aren't covered under EPCA. So I don't know if that's specifically relevant to the work that's going on here, but it is part of the regulatory landscape for appliance efficiency.
All right, I have Shane up next. Go ahead, Shane, and welcome.
Yeah, Shane Ellis, just, I guess to point out, I'm the new appointee for, as a code official on the commercial. I guess as I'm listening and trying to gather a good understanding to be able to go on the next part of today's meetings, it seems like kind of where we're at as a tag is that really our general focus is the language and enforceability of proposals. And while this EPCAT background is good to know, that we're not going to be the ones rendering legal opinions, and that'll or even voting on that basis. And so I guess, I mean, again, the background's good, and I think that, I mean, that's why I was kind of really interested in being involved, but would it be productive for, as we're going into this, to be more so face value, recognizing that we're kind of going to be putting stuff forth to the council. Maybe we could put it into different options and formulate, what these different proposals might group together, and why one, if there's, two things are doing the same thing, you could say, well, this is a recommendation between those two. But ultimately, it would seem like after council chooses a direction from a legal standpoint, that the tag group may need to have to reconvene to then better focus in after that legal opinion.
I mean, it's very possible. I mean, it's the council can direct the tag to do whatever the council wants. So, but I think to what you said earlier, I think, yes, if what we do today is package the groups of proposals so that they're enforceable and competent and all those things that we need to do, for the MVE and the council to consider, I think that's a very productive use of the tag. We are not rendering legal opinions, and we are not a court of law, and so I think we can guess at what might comply, but ultimately, I think what we need to do is just send the council, and I'm going to recommend multiple options for how we think we can reduce the risk of preemption under EPCA. Is that kind of what you were saying? Or
yeah, and I think I mainly wanted to discuss it because I could just see the concern of the day getting into the weeds deeper than necessary too. So
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, I'm hoping we cover EPCA now, and then we kind of can agree on some general paths, and then spend the rest of our time on technical language to meet those paths, and then let the council, MVE committee, and the public and lawyers decide if it actually complies or not. Okay.
Yeah, if I can jump in real quick with something, certainly would echo what you were just saying, Chell, and a reminder to folks that, as Chell said at the beginning, the technical advisory groups meet to provide technical advice regarding proposals. It's not the end of, and Chell made this clear at the outset, it's not the end of the discussion. If the MVE committee will have an opinion, they will get advice from attorneys, as will the council, regarding risk of any of the proposals. But then recall too, there will be an open opportunity for the public to comment on whatever proposals the council move forward into what we call the CR 102 process. And so there will be, this is an iterative process. There's many opportunities for folks to weigh in to identify whether they believe legally these code proposals pass muster or otherwise.
Thanks, Dirk. Go ahead, Johnny.
Thanks, Chell. Want a direct response to Poppy. I think for any code proposal, like there, for instance, in a couple of my code proposals, I do talk about carbon, and I'll be sure to mention the legal reasoning why we are impacting that portion of the code regarding EPCA, and also the Rivera lawsuit, which has a lot of the like spells out specifically which parts of the code that are facing legal uncertainty currently in Washington. I have two questions. One is where can one find state efficiency standards? It does impact this process, I believe. I was not aware of that, mostly because I've focused a lot on federal efficiency standards. And then can we talk a little bit about, there's the goal of reducing risk from EPCA in this meeting, but I'd like to talk, or at least hear, some of these code proposals can reduce risk, but also is a pretty large energy efficiency rollback, while some of the proposals reduce or eliminate EPCA risk while not actually reducing the stringency of the code from an energy efficiency standpoint and hitting the 2031 goal. And can we talk a little bit about what are we trying to litigate here? Are we trying to litigate the efficiency of the code or the legal goals of reducing risk?
Well, my goal is to litigate nothing. That's one reason why we're talking about addressing risk that is potentially posed by the CRA versus City of Berkeley decision and the preemption issues. We could talk a little bit more about that second issue, but first, Johnny, you indicated you wanted information about the state appliance efficiency standards. The Department of Commerce sets those standards, and if you go to the Department of Commerce website, I believe it will provide additional information about state standards for appliance efficiency.
I'll hop in. There's a really good website, appliance-standards.org, and it kind of tracks them across all the different states.
Thanks, Henry.
Thanks, Henry. Was there a second part, Dirk, that you were going to respond to?
There was, although it was, and this is probably just due to my own inability to focus. The scope of it, I think, was a kind of a broad question. All I can say is, and I don't know if this is responsive, is that, you know, the technical advisory group, it's going to consider proposals which were submitted by members of the public to make amendments to the energy code. Whether those proposals are good proposals or not is something lawyers don't concern ourselves with on the merits of the proposal. We just want to make sure that you all are fully advised, the council is fully advised on legal risks associated with those proposals. So one of the jobs you all have today is, are these good proposals for the energy code? Of course, we're mindful of the legal requirements of EPCA. That's one reason we wanted to educate you just broadly and generally about what EPCA provides. But whether it's compliant with EPCA or not compliant with EPCA is something that lawyers will help the council assess down the road, as you all, the experts, the technical experts on energy codes, help identify what the best policy options are moving forward. And
I'll add,
Johnny, I don't know if that was responsive at all to your question, but I hope so.
It was a very lawyerly response, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll add to that, you know, for new tag members and old or existing, I guess, we have some energy reduction mandates that the state has set in law for us to meet, and I'll just read two of them. RCW 19.27a.020, subpart A, construct increasingly energy efficient homes and buildings that help achieve the broader goal of building zero fossil fuel greenhouse gas emissions homes and buildings by the year 2031. And then RCW 19.27a.160, residential and non-residential construction permitted under the 2031 state energy code must achieve a 70% reduction in annual net energy consumption using the adopted 2006 Washington State Energy Code as a baseline. And reports have been done on the energy code as it sits now, the 2021 energy codes, the residential and commercial, on how far we are towards, with the current codes that have been delayed and that we're considering modifying, how far those go in terms of achieving the smooth glide path towards the 70% reduction. And the commercial code is still behind on that, and the residential energy code is slightly ahead of that path. It's probably within margin of error, or at least what was that called? A range. It's probably still within a range, but it's slightly ahead based on the analysis we got, that the Building Code Council got, and the commercial energy code is kind of probably also within the range, but a little bit behind. And so those reports are available on the Building Code Council website. So I wanted to, I think that was a response to your question, Johnny. As the chair, I don't want to roll the energy codes back as far as energy performance. I think the state has asked us to meet these 70% reductions, and we need to make progress every cycle on that. So, radically reducing the stringency of the code, I don't think is something that I want to do, but you're the tag, you get to, not you, Johnny, but the rest of you on the call are the tag, and you get to do what you think is right and send these proposals to the council. Some package of proposals. Andrea, you are next.
Thank you. Actually, this falls in line with what you were just talking about. Can you go back to the first statute that you had referenced? Because I think sometimes we conflate carbon reduction and energy efficiency. And as far as I'm aware, there's no carbon reduction mandates. There are goals for residential buildings. There are for commercial, but I would like to know if something exists for carbon reduction and more than just a goal, an actual mandate by the legislature, if that exists in statute anywhere. Thank you.
Well, thanks, Andrea, for the question. If that was directed to me, I just want to be really careful in responding to anything, given the fact that we're in active litigation. And so I don't know if I could be particularly helpful in answering that question. And obviously would want to caution Chell to be careful too, but don't want to stand in your way, Chell, if you have specific information you want to provide to Andrew.
I guess I'm aware that I think is it the state energy strategy or some other thing suggests I don't know, 90 or 95% reduction in carbon emissions statewide. I think that's a piece of legislation. I don't immediately recall what it's called, but I think that has that. It doesn't direct the Building Code Council to do anything in particular, as far as I know. The two RCWs that I mentioned, zero fossil fuel greenhouse gas emissions, is, one could argue, a carbon standard, but it's not directly a carbon standard. And then the other one is about energy use reduction. And yeah, so I guess I don't know the specific thing you're after here, but I'm not aware of something that says, Building Code Council reduce carbon directly by X% by X% by X date or something like that. Is that kind of what you were asking?
Yeah, I was just wondering if something like that did exist, because I think there is, we're conflating two different issues when we talk about energy code stuff. So I just wanted us to be kind of aware that there's kind of like the energy efficiency side of things, and then reducing carbon, which both are important, but we need to remember that our statutory mandate is energy efficiency. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Andrea. Gregory, you are next.
Yeah, thank you, Shell. Derek, I had a question just for clarification. So you've made it clear that risk is gray, and you can't comment on what the specific risk is, but just kind of following through the implications. If we fail at satisfactorily addressing the risk in the eyes of the court, what will happen? And my understanding would be then there's a high risk that an injunction would be granted, and then we'd be operating on the 2018 code. And chances are, considering how long legal matters go, we'll probably be operating on 2018 all the way until we get to the 2024. So that means we lose out on all the benefits included in this 2021 code. But if we satisfactorily do succeed then likelihood any motions for injunctions would get withdrawn or lawsuits would get dropped, and then we could at least benefit from the good portions of the code. Is that a good understanding or assessment?
Well, that's exactly the type of question I don't think that I can answer, Gregory. I would love to have a conversation with you about it, but we are obviously representing the SBCC, we meaning my colleagues in Attorney General's office, or representing the SBCC in ongoing litigation. I think, though, I could say this. One of the lawsuits that SBCC is a party to is called the Rivera case, and that case has been mentioned a few times. That's a case that was filed in federal district court in the Eastern District of Washington. Just in the interest of transparency, several of the people who are at this meeting are members of organizations who are plaintiffs in that lawsuit, right? So it's extra important for me to not say anything out of turn regarding that lawsuit. But I can say, just point out that a motion for preliminary injunction was filed by the plaintiffs in that lawsuit. And that motion for preliminary injunction is set to be heard in July. And briefs are being submitted. There was an opening brief that was filed by the plaintiffs, and the state and interveners in that matter, as I understand it, will file responses to it. So that'll help sort of spell out some of the issues that are present in that case. I would note that, and this is maybe a little bit more responsive to your question, Gregory, that the injunction that was requested from that motion for preliminary injunction did not, to my understanding, ask that all of the energy codes be delayed, but targeted certain provisions of the energy code to be enjoined or delayed, I suppose is another word for that, during the pendency of the lawsuit. So injunctions can be broad. Judges prefer them to be more narrow. And I don't think that there's anything more I can say about that.
Thank you. That's very important. I just want to make sure we don't throw out the baby with the bathwater, so to speak.
And I agree that, yeah, let's try and de-risk the code. And we don't want to lose the whole thing. Yeah, okay. Anne, go for it.
Yeah, thank you. I want to give you a little broader perspective, just a comment. This is not the first time that a federal preemption item has been involved in building codes. I was involved in the 2021 code cycle. I served on the code development committee for IRCB, and that was a pretty tough code cycle. Some people say that it was hijacked by the energy groups, but the energy groups were able to run a real successful get out the vote campaign, and they greatly expanded the number of governmental voters, and they reached out to energy and climate and sustainability departments. And what happened is about 20 proposals got into the code that had previously been overturned in the code action hearings and the public comment hearings. Those proposals had been voted down, but during the governmental process, those proposals were overturned mainly by the new influx of online governmental voters. And one of those proposals was RE 126 that had to do with water heating equipment. And what happened when many of those proposals got into the code, it went through the appeals process. And I served on the ICC Board of Appeals. So I heard the appeals. And the one proposal having to do with water heating equipment, it was voted down specifically because of the preemption issue. That issue was one of the reasons why it was voted down during the committee action hearings. And so the appeals said that this proposal should not be in the code exactly because of EPCA preemption rules. And I bring this up just because it parallels with what you're doing here. And they had brought forward a case that was brought by the city. No, it was brought by the Air Conditioning, Heating and Refrigeration Institute against the city of Albuquerque, was one of their evidence cases, because that was a similar preemption case. And so what happened during the appeals process is because we were appeals members and we weren't EPCA experts, we did not uphold the appeal, but it went before the ICC board, and the ICC board researched it, and they decided not to put that RE 126 proposal into the 2021 code because of this preemption issue. So I just want to bring that example before you, because this issue has been dealt with on the ICC level. Thank you.
Thanks, Anne.
Yeah, and I just think that the point is you could be setting yourself up for lawsuits if you publish a code that has preemptive issues. So.
Yep, and I think to your point, and I think Gregory's point, it is the interest of the council and the tag, of course, as convened by the council, to write great proposals that give the council the option to, de-risk anything that we do. So I think that's what we're here to do today, is take out the risk, as much of the risk as we can, and give the council options for that. Because I just, from a personal standpoint, I think we can write better code than the court. And so if the court said, strike these sections, I don't know that they would get everything right in doing so. I would rather have us write something that is good code language and enforceable and all that stuff that goes forward, rather than have the court do it. But that's just my personal opinion. Okay, thank you, Anne. Dave Balon.
Yeah, I do have comments on the last comment, but nevertheless, I am now confused. The EPCA part of this seems fairly straightforward, but it does not relate in any important way to the carbon tables or any of the carbon issues that are being raised by many of these proposals. And those appear to be part of the Rivera case and not the Berkeley case. Am I correct in assessing that what we're dealing with in the Berkeley case is, strictly speaking, whether we can meet the EPCA requirements, and that the question of carbon or any other thing is largely irrelevant to that? I guess it's a question for Derek.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Dave. I don't know if I'm fully tracking your
We've
question.
been hearing that our carbon table is in fact a violation of it. That's what we've been hearing, but I thought that was a part of the California lawsuits. Sounds like that wasn't part.
Derek,
I can respond to this.
Yeah, Joe, go ahead. I
Yeah.
have some thoughts, but go ahead, please, Joe.
And I guess once we get into the actual code section where we have proponents, I think it will be incumbent on each proponent to suggest why they think this is a de-risking opportunity, or why this is the right thing to do in response to the council direction to convene the tag to reduce the risk. So I think the proponents will explain why they think it is a response to EPCA.
And they will refer to the EPCA requirements explicitly.
I think
no doubt
they don't have to say it meets C, D, and F, but I think if they want to, that's helpful. But now that we've all been through the A through whatever, the 7, we will all have a basis of understanding for what they do talk about. But I think that's incumbent on the proponents to some extent to say, here's how we think it would be EPCA compliant, or here's why we think we need to do this to be EPCA compliant.
Yeah, and so the only thing I would add to that, Dave, is the lawyers have not, are not in a position to provide any specific guidance or insight onto whether any of the proposals meet EPCA requirements or not. That's something, as I've said, is we'll save for a later day. I would say that, though, I would echo what Chell said. If there is a proposal that you have questions or anybody else has questions about, how necessary it is to deal with risk under the CRA versus City of Berkeley case or EPCA in general, certainly would welcome the proponents to explain why.
But in fact, what we're dealing with here is simply the decision, the Berkeley decision, and how we would respond to EPCA in that context.
I don't think that was the scope of the council's directive to the tag. I think the council discussions make it clear that the council was not interested in limiting the tag's review or rulemaking to only issues or the legal question posed under the CRA versus City of Berkeley decision, but also potential risks that arise under the Rivera case. And I think, as Craig indicated earlier, issues that might arise in that case, not just today, but potentially in the future too. 2 months from now, I believe, is what he said. And I say that not trying to be cryptic, but I don't understand the scope of the council's directive to be limited solely to addressing concerns under CRA versus City of Berkeley. If individual tag members want to limit it to that, that's up to you, but that's not my understanding of what the work is today. Chell, did I say something wrong there?
All I would say is what the motion that was made directs this is the full scope of what the tag was directed to do. And that was sent out to all tag members. So read that, reread it again. And, if something's a gray area, we can bring it up during the individual tag meetings. Does that answer your question at all, Dave, or are you?
Yes, but to summarize, the fact that the Berkeley decision is not our only charge, that some of the risks we're trying to mitigate are sort of conceptual from the Rivera lawsuit, which has not been decided, or I don't even know if it's been argued yet. And therefore, it's really more like a hypothetical risk than it is like a real risk with federal or state statute.
Just to be clear, the only pending action in the Rivera case is a motion for preliminary injunction, which has not been argued yet. It's set to be argued in July. And I don't know if I like the phrase hypothetical risk, but part of what we do as attorneys, and I think what the council is doing is trying to anticipate risk and hoping that the tax contribution can help them address potential risks as they move forward with considering amendments to the energy codes.
So in that context, can you summarize the quote potential risks unquote of the Rivera lawsuit that we are also supposed to be addressing today?
I'm not, so this is going to be unhelpful and maybe even frustrating. I don't feel, given where we're at, that an overview of or characterization of the Rivera lawsuit is something I'm comfortable providing in this venue.
Actually, I understand that.
I will say this: the Rivera lawsuit, like the CRA versus City of Berkeley decision, pertains to the preemption rule or preemption clause under EPCA, and alleges that the heat pump rules that were adopted by the council as part of the energy code are invalid because they're preempted under that preemption rule under EPCA.
Also, Dave, it also might be helpful, Dave, to note that I think the Rivera lawsuit suggests very specific code sections.
Yep.
So if, in fact, you want to see what is in there, you can Google that Rivera et al. Versus, or I don't know what, Rivera et al. Versus SBCC. And there's very specific code sections that are part of that lawsuit. And those are, I think, largely the ones we're going to be talking about today.
Yeah, David, just to interrupt. Paragraph 72 through 78 of the Rivera lawsuit, like specifically spell out which portions of the code to the section that they believe are under risk of violating EPCA and why. So it's fairly clear on what we're doing.
The fact that it's not clear to me is because I didn't read that section. Could we summarize it briefly, just for those?
I can with my proposal. I don't think it's appropriate for me to do it now, but I have a summary of legal challenge and response for every paragraph.
All right. But it's essentially a secondary issue to the EPCA issue that Derek explained, because it doesn't actually involve a current decision by anybody's injunction or otherwise.
Yeah, so the Rivera case, no, the judge has not issued any orders telling anybody what to do. Scheduling. that's it. So so necessarily, Dave, this, you know, our work is to be a little predictive. And I say R, I don't mean I just mean R in general, right? And to assess risk. I mean, I can read to you, if it's helpful, I can read to you the causes of action in that case to help kind of settle expectations. Is that something, Chell, would that be helpful?
Guess I don't want to.
Well, let me do
too long to do this.
Let me do this. People could do that for themselves, and it's available online. There's a lot of places. So yeah, if you were to Google a Rivera versus State Building Code Council complaint, you'll see it, and direct your attention specifically to the causes of action, which start on page 23, and it spells out the theory of that case and identifies the preemption concerns that were surfaced by the plaintiff.
And Rivera is specifically not part of the motion to direct the tag to do anything. Rivera is not part of that, but it is a preview of the sections that litigants think could be remedied or seeking a remedy for. So I think it's a preview of legal risk, but it's not necessarily part of the motion directing the tag to do something right now. But I think we should certainly look at those sections today, as we will, because we have proposals for all those sections. Are there questions from the public or tag members right now? David, ready.
I guess besides the Berkeley case, are there any other cases either pending or decided that we should be aware of when understanding how this preemption clauses are applied, have been interpreted?
Yeah, really good question. I think Anne referenced a case out of New Mexico from a few years back. Is a non-binding district court decision. There was also a non-binding district court decision here in the Ninth Circuit in a case called City of Berkeley that ultimately went up to appeal to the Ninth Circuit, and that's the panel decision that we've been talking about that was issued back in April. There are no published Court of Appeals decisions that I'm aware of, Federal Court of Appeals decisions that I'm aware of that construe the preemption language along the lines of what the CRA versus City of Berkeley panel decision did. So there's a little bit of uncertainty there. I mean, we know what the law is here in the Ninth Circuit because that's what the panel decision was. The reason I mentioned, though, a little uncertainty is because one thing that I'll observe is that the City of Berkeley did ask the full Ninth Circuit, the full court, the panel decision is just 3 judges, asked the full court to rehear the case. And they filed a brief making that request, petition for that request. It's been supported by a whole host of parties, including the federal government, Department of Energy. The Ninth Circuit hasn't responded to that yet. In fact, I think there needs to be some additional briefing. And it's possible the Ninth Circuit will agree to rehear the case and provide some greater clarity on this issue, but we don't anticipate that if the Ninth Circuit agrees to do that, we don't know if they're going to, but if they do, we don't anticipate that clarity coming for some time. That was my disjointed and rambling response, but I hope the takeaway from that is not really.
Okay, no, that's helpful. Thank you.
And then also there's the 2010 case in Washington that was also the Ninth Circuit that was mentioned earlier.
Yeah, that's called the BIA versus SBCC case.
And I guess, you know, there can be lots of uncertainty because we're talking about courts and none of us are on those courts making those decisions. But the reason why I wanted everybody to walk through EPCA today is because of that. The 7 exceptions for building codes appear to be a less risky way to have the code. So that's why we went through those, and I'm sure we'll reference those as we go further. I'm not seeing any more hands up. I have a few more things to say, and then we can end this part of the meeting and then convene the residential energy code tag at 10:40 for the agenda. I wanted everybody to see the brief history of the process. I'm not seeing hands up, so raise your hands if you want to say something. Brief history of the process. Commercial energy code tag met primarily in the spring of 21 to vet 161 code change proposals over 10 sessions and more than 60 hours, plus many more hours for tag members to review and consider modifications outside of the meetings, all public, of course. The proposals that the tag passed then went to the MVE committee and the council to a CR 102 public comment process and back to the MVE and council to make modifications based on the public comments, and the code passed in April 22. There were 2 options in the CR 102 that the tag had or the MVE had forwarded to the council, and the council made those options in the CR 102. We may see versions of those today. The residential energy code tag considered 44 proposals. We have 30 or so today, over more than 32 hours. It's worth noting here that the tag passed 2 versions of the energy code, one that included the prescriptive requirements for heat pumps, and a version that did not include the prescriptive requirement for heat pumps, but included a higher number of credits for required under R406. Just wanted to make that clear so everybody, when we go into the tags, there were different versions that went out for public comment earlier. And the council ultimately decided to go with the prescriptive requirement for heat pumps after hearing from the public, but that other version did exist. And then lastly, the proposals fall into 2 pathways. There are a couple others that don't fall into those 2 pathways, but I wanted to discuss those 2 pathways and just kind of put it out there right now. There's generally 2 pathways and groups of code proposals that kind of fit into these pathways. The prescriptive pathway in both codes, both require heat pumps right now in the 2021 versions for primary space heating and water heating, though there's lots of exceptions in there. Many of the proposals suggest removing the requirement and then doing other things like cleaning up the language, rebalancing things, changing the 406 option tables, etc. Both codes also have a performance pathway. This is C407 and R405. Many proposals suggest, or multiple proposals suggest, leaving the prescriptive requirement for heat pumps, but allowing the performance pathway to use any federal minimum appliance. So those are the kind of the 2 main pathways we're going to spend most of our time in the tag talking about. And then lastly, many proposals also use the above strategies to clean up the existing building sections, Chapter 5, seeing some risk under Chapter 5 for existing buildings under that. So in addition to those 2 pathways, Chapter 5 has some suggested modifications and proposals as well. And there are other proposals, so we're not going to not consider those proposals, but we're going to consider them in an order as suggested by Lisa and others that we consider kind of groups of proposals And I'll leave it up to the tags to figure out exactly how we consider those groups of proposals individually. So that's kind of, I think, what we're going to do for the rest of the day. Are there any questions on that, or additional thoughts or questions for Dirk or others on EPCA or kind of pathways forward before we get into the actual code proposals? Okay, well, I guess the official word probably is I'm going to adjourn this combined session of the tag, and we're going to reconvene the residential tag at 10:40 per the agenda. I guess I don't want to start the residential tag before 10:40 because that's what the agenda that's been put out in the public says. So we'll have a bit longer of a break than we expected. And thanks everybody for participating in the morning session. And we'll see many of you at 10:40 and others of you at 1:30. So we are on break right now until the residential tag convenes at 10:40 in this same Zoom. All right, good morning again, everybody. It is 10:40. It's time for a residential energy code tag meeting. I'm bringing this meeting to order. I've got a few introductory remarks and we'll get right into the proposals. Krista, do you want to do a, make sure we have everybody here?
Sure. Chell Anderson,
Present.
Damon Doyle,
Here.
Mike Fowler,
I'm here.
Jeremy Moore, Wade Craig,
Here.
Mike Poirier, Ray Alshouse,
Here.
Dave Balon,
Here.
Lisa Rosenau, Jonathan Jones, Megan Kramer, David Reddy,
Here.
Miguel Rodriguez,
Here.
Gary Hickinen,
Here.
Kevin Duell,
Here.
Andrea Smith,
Present.
Irina Respetness,
Here.
Chris Burrows,
Here.
Poppy Storm,
Here.
Greg Davenport,
Here.
Albert Rooks, Henry Odom,
Here.
Gavin Tenold,
I'm here. My alternate will be taking action for us, though.
okay, John Lang,
I'm here.
Patrick Hayes,
Present.
Luke Howard,
Present.
Liz Reichert,
Present.
Jason Carter,
Present.
Jeanette McHugh,
Here.
Jonah Kinchy,
Here.
Michael Brasgella,
Present.
Okay, looks like we have quorum.
All right. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here and being part of the earlier discussion. Michael B., can you pronounce your last name?
It's Brazgala.
Rosgala. Thank you. I will get that wrong, but I at least will try really hard to
No
not get that
worries.
wrong. All right. So we have a quorum. We're here. I'm just going to make a few introductory remarks and we'll get straight into the proposals. There are basically three types of proposals. There's prescriptive ones, and generally they're going to strike the heat pump requirements, which leads to possibly adding R406 options for gas, potentially editing the fuel normalization table, or revising the number of points required, et cetera. So that's a prescriptive option. There's a bunch of groups of proposal under that. There's a total building performance under R405, and APCA's 7 rules would seem to apply in this case. And then the code proposals suggest using the R405 pathway. And then there's Chapter 5 proposals for existing buildings, and that is probably, those would be based on whatever we do with those first two options, would suggest what we might want to do with Chapter 5. And there's code proposals, a bunch of them on that one. So my hope, kind of to what other people have been saying, including Lisa, is to consider each of these in group proposals into these three buckets: the prescriptive, the total building performance, and then the Chapter 5. And then there's a couple that fall outside or not directly inside these groups. If we pass multiple proposals, in other words, if we take all the prescriptive proposals and put them together in something that we think is great and pass that on, and then we also do the same thing with the total building performance ones and the Chapter 5 ones, I think that gives the Code Council options. And I think we shouldn't limit ourselves to just passing one proposal we think is perfect. We can provide them with multiple options, including multiple options within the prescriptive path if we think that that's the right thing to do. So basically the first option, the prescriptive one, is the one I think we should cover first. And that basically there's 5 elements to that. And that includes removing R403.5.7 heat pump and water heating, and R403.13 heat pump space heating, modifying the fuel normalization table, modifying the number of R406 credits, adding options to R406 to include higher efficiency gas appliances, and adding Chapter 6 references for gas heat pumps, some version or variation of those things. And I just want to note that reviewing these proposals will be very different than a normal tag process because they're all about almost the same subjects. So instead of considering one and then considering another and then considering another, I think there's 2 ways to approach this, and I would like direction from the tag on how we want to approach this. We could, I guess my preference would be to consider the more comprehensive ones first, and then consider the less comprehensive ones second. But I want to tag discussion on that as one of the first orders of business. And then for newer members and as a refresher, I want to cover a couple of items. And one of them that has gotten some attention is the fuel normalization table. And I want to cover the reason why we have that. The reason is that gas appliances, federal minimum efficiency gas combustion appliances are about 80% efficient. And federal minimum air source heat pumps have a coefficient of performance around 2.5. That means they're about 4 times more efficient, the air source heat pumps, than the gas appliance. Now we can talk about, well, over the course of a year, are they less? Are they maybe not 4 times or 3 times more efficient or something like that? We can talk about that if you want. But basically, they're way more efficient than the gas appliances. So that means if we're trying to hit 70% energy use for target, which is our goal, there needs to be some compensation if we start with a gas appliance versus if we start with an air source heat pump. And APCA, in my reading, suggests that we evaluate products based on energy use. So that seems to be consistent, at least. And in fact, if you look at the energy report on the 2018 code cycle, gas combustion homes were dragging down the average efficiency, actually requiring heat pump homes to do more to bring up the average. to cost more and to make up for the inefficiency of gas combustion homes. So the code has actually been subsidizing gas homes in the gas industry by not having without a fuel normalization table. So the table attempts to correct that to some degree based on normalizing everything based on energy use. And so I'm just bringing that up because a lot of people are talking about the fuel normalization table, and that's from listening to lots and lots of tag discussions, the reason why we have that table in there. And we're going to talk about the number of credits and negative credits and all that stuff under the fuel normalization table. So that's just my bit on that. And then I want to also suggest that the first proposal we're going to look at is very similar to a proposal that the tag passed about a year ago. I mentioned this a little earlier. We passed two options for the council to consider, and both made it into the CR 102 form. Option 1 in the CR 102 did not require heat pumps, but required more points in the R406 section. Option 2 in the CR 102 required heat pumps and had fewer credits required. The council passed option 2 that required heat pumps and fewer credits required. Option 1 is again before us, or something similar to it. So I just wanted to recollect that bit of history in here. So the 5 comprehensive proposals that I see for the prescriptive path are Henry Odom with 035, Gregory Johnson with 05, 06, 08, and 09, Ty Jennings with 01 and 02, Kevin Duell with 16, 17, and 20, and Brian Ahey with 31 and 32. And those are kind of like the 5 groups of comprehensive proposals that are largely overlapping in what they attempt to do, but there's some really important differences that we'll need to get into. And then there are 2 other proposals, Gary's 34 and Kevin Duell's 15, that we will also consider. And that is all the proposals that we received for the residential code. So
Chal, I didn't hear you mention mine. Mine was on the proposal.
Oh yes,
list.
sorry. And that was that 39 or something, or 38?
I should know this. Let me look it up.
Well, yours was so sorry. These are the 5 comprehensive proposals for the prescriptive path. Then after we consider those under the prescriptive path, we would consider those under the building performance path, or R405, and we received 3 proposals for I guess we received 2 for the R405 path. So yours would be in that group. I'm just trying to get this to be an efficient meeting, so we consider them in groups. And then the question to the tag is, do you want to, and this is, and I guess, Krista, could you bring up Kevin's spreadsheet of, I guess, convergence of code proposals? I just wanted to kind of look at that, show everybody there's a lot of the code proposals are similar. So thank you, Kevin, for coming up with this. And these are for the prescriptive path ones, the leftmost columns, and then the R405 is in column G, and then the chapter 5 are kind of J and to the right of that. But basically, there's a lot of convergence of these proposals. So the question to the tag that I want to get an answer on is, do you want to hear all of these proposals before we vote on any of them? Or do we want to consider, I guess, one and then consider others after that? Yeah, so that's what I want to hear right now. But yeah, go ahead. Was that Dave? You are first on the list.
I'm maybe not responding to your question. I would like to make a motion.
You would like to what?
I would like to make a motion.
Oh, sure. You
And
were
the
free to
motion
make a
is
motion.
as follows. That we drop proposals 001, 002, 007, 008, 009, 010, 015, 018, 019, 020, 031, 032, 033, and 039 from further consideration. That leaves us with discussions of the heat pump exemptions, of the normalization table, and the
Okay.
405 and the 405 discussion.
Point of order.
Okay. Well, first, the point of order, sure, go for it.
Thank you. I would like to address your question first before we start voting on things.
Well, yes, I mean, tech members can make motions anytime they want, and this is not the motion I was hoping for, but it's nonetheless a motion. Is there a second for Dave's motion?
I'll
Okay.
second it.
Oh, who is that?
This is Henry Odom.
All right.
Okay.
That's tag team voting. I'm speaking up here, Shell. We haven't even got into this. This is unethical voting. They both work for Ecotope or were principals of Ecotope. That has to end. And I'm speaking up loud and clear, and I know I'm out of turn, but we have the first motion and we have tag team voting going on.
Yeah, I second that. That is extremely disrespectful to this entire process.
So one of them has to recuse. And the same thing with Dwayne Johnlin and Irina. They both work for the city of Seattle. And then the two people that work for the state of Washington, one of them has to recuse. And that's.
Who are those people again, Patrick?
Pardon me?
Who are those people again?
You have Dwayne John.
I don't work for the state of Washington. I've been retired for 5 years.
David?
And I haven't ever
have
worked
the
for the state
floor.
of Washington, actually.
I have the floor. You're still getting
right.
a paycheck from Ecotope because you sold the company.
Okay, well, sorry, I'm happy to go through them individually. I know what Dave's getting at. A lot of them actually overlap with mine 035, as you can see in this table. And so just to go through each one of them individually would take a lot of time. But if everyone preferred to bring each one up and discuss the overlaps and shortcomings, then I'm happy to go that route as well. So apologize.
Are you withdrawing?
Sure.
Are you withdrawing your second, Henry?
I'll withdraw.
Okay. Is there another second for Dave's motion?
Shell, this is Greg. I'll second the motion.
Okay, Greg has seconded the motion. So now, Dave, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes. The proposals that
And I guess, Dave, sorry, just a second. Krista, could you write down on the screen or somehow note which proposals Dave mentioned, just so that everybody's clear on what the motion is? Because I couldn't write down anything fast enough to know what you said. Dave, can you repeat the list?
I can.
I've got it written down.
Oh, you do? Okay. Okay, go ahead, Dave. Speak to your motion, and Krista, if you want to type them out, that'd be helpful for everybody.
This particular process has opened the door for people who want to relitigate decisions that have been made by the TAG, by the SBCC over the last two code cycles. I am happy to actually have the discussions as you described them, Shell. I just don't want 20 proposals that more or less run over the top of each of these same issues. We need to discuss whether, how, and if we should have the heat pumping restrictions. We need to discuss how and if we should have the normalization table. We do not need to have discussions of ad hoc additions to the option table from quote high efficiency gas systems that are no doubt
theoretically possible. They are exactly the kind of proposal that you need to have in front of the tag when the tag actually meets, and we have enough time to hear hear the reasoning of the proponents and to hear the evidence that these proposals are reasonable. This kind of ad hoc thing is completely unreasonable, I think. I'd strongly encourage the gas companies of various stripes to get each other's phone numbers so that when this kind of thing comes up, we don't get 16 or 19 or however many it is overlapping proposals that actually do next to nothing to address the question at hand, namely, how do we reduce the risk of from the Berkeley decision and from the Rivera?
Okay, thanks, Dave.
Point of order, Chair, can you please have them stop with the ad hoc attacks on other tag members, saying that we don't call each other and things like that? It happened in the last tag session, and it's getting pretty ridiculous.
Yeah,
Please
point
put
of
a stop
order
to
on
it,
that. I
Chair.
would like to, if this continues, I would like to perhaps entertain a motion to remove this person from the meeting, because this is extremely disruptive.
Remove who?
The person not practicing decorum, that'd be Dave Baylon.
Not practicing
Dave
decorum.
Balin, the same guy that lied about me in front of the MDE. I mean, you know who we're talking about, Chael.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to be clear. I'm trying to run an efficient meeting here. I actually think, this, I don't necessarily agree with this motion. I think it probably will take more time to talk about this motion than it will be to actually go through and talk about the proposals. But I mean, okay, I guess this got heated pretty quickly. So we had Dave speak in favor of his motion. We had a point of order to remove somebody from the tag. Was that your?
I second that point of order.
I don't know that.
No, I'm saying that would be considered if this continues, because this is extremely disrespectful to everyone's time. And I think everybody deserves to at least have a minute to be able to discuss what their proposal does. That's not too much to ask. And enough
Agreed.
of the digs at different stakeholders. It is extremely disrespectful.
I tend to agree. I don't agree that it's disrespectful, but I think it's not the way we want to, the way I would like to operate. But I am a chair. I don't decide things like this. The tag made a motion, and Dave's now spoken.
Shell, this is Patrick. Just something to consider, that there's a lot of eyes watching this meeting, and there is a hearing coming up in Yakima. Don't fall on your sword.
I am not trying to fall on anybody's sword, including my
By
own.
rejecting all these proposals in one sweeping motion, if that gets presented at the hearing, that would be falling on your sword.
So Patrick, I mean, to be clear, the chair has no authority to approve or deny this motion. I don't think it's not the way I was going to run the meeting, but tag members can do what they want. And if there's a motion in a second, I have no ability as chair to, outside of a few instances, to do anything. So the tag needs to decide these things. I just call on people and try and organize the meeting. And this is not the way I organize the meeting, but a motion has been made, and that's so. Patrick, there's nothing I can do unless you are suggesting that I can do something about this. I don't know
the
that
question
I can.
and see if Patrick and the rest of them are have enough support to actually go through this one at a time, even if it is.
I guess.
So I'll call the question unless someone wants to not.
I mean, I think this is really, it's not the way I was going to run the meeting.
Roll call.
Okay, if someone has called the question, we need a second on that, and we need a 2/3 majority vote in order to end debate on this subject for Robert's rules. So the motion is call the question. Do we have discussion on call the question, or is it simply?
Simpler process would be for David to rescind the motion.
Well, I think that
I may
might not
not
be a
do
bad
that, but I'd be happy if we just have the vote. You don't have to call it, we don't need the 2/3 majority unless somebody wants to talk about it. I mean, other than attack me for my obvious antisocial tendencies, I haven't heard anything that says this is a really much worse idea than, say, going through all 20 of these things.
Dave, I think this will take more time to discuss this issue than it will to discuss all the proposals. So I would, if you're free, anybody is free to make motions that they want. And I will abide by the Roberts rules on those things. But yeah, I really think this is not the right.
This is exactly the opposite of what I wanted to happen. I wanted to get on with the actual discussion. I'll withdraw the motion. And if it takes us, but I strongly recommend that we start with the questions that are actually at hand, namely the heat pump restrictions and the normalization table, whatever we call it. Those there, which are, I don't know, there's half a dozen of the proposals on those two subjects, and those are the ones that are the important ones.
Okay, thank you, Dave. And the motion has been withdrawn. I'm gonna call on people to. My question to the tag right now is: do we want to consider all of the prescriptive proposals without voting on them and then vote on them, or do we want to consider one, vote on it, and then another one, how that would modify the first one, vote on it, the next one, how that would modify on it, and vote on that? So I'm going to ask that of the tag, and I'd love to hear people weigh in, could be briefly. I don't want to spend a lot of time on this, but I do want to know how we want to proceed here. So go ahead, Lisa.
Thank you. So I'll try to answer, because I think I heard 3 different questions. I'll try to answer them all quickly. So the first thing I was going to mention, I'll repeat the idea that I floated during the earlier meeting, which is, I believe, kind of addresses what David was, what he was trying to accomplish with his proposal, and that is to look at those comprehensive proposals where Henry Odom's proposal does capture a lot of the details that are then repeated in other proposals. So it'll give us an opportunity to kind of look at it as a whole. I wholeheartedly agree that every proponent's proposal, every proponent should have a voice with their proposal, because everybody has their own unique ideas. So I completely agree with that. And so that's my recommendation, is to start with the one proposal. I also, as I mentioned earlier, because this all is tackling essentially one problem, but from multiple angles, I do think it's advisable for the committee to look at all the proposals without voting on them. Otherwise, we're stepping all over each other, our decisions on other proposals. So I think we should look at as a whole and then vote on each individual proposal once we've heard each proponent sharing the merits of the proposal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I'd like to please say, yes, I'd like to vote on them after we consider all the prescriptive proposals, or no, I think we should vote on them individually. So I heard Lisa say, go through all of them before voting. Scott? Scott, I don't hear you.
Excuse me. I just raised my hand because I didn't hear my name called earlier. This is Scott Henderson.
Yep, you have the floor.
That's all I had to say.
Oh, okay. Anne.
Thank you. I have a question for you as a chairman. Would it be possible to speak to the problem of dismissing some of the code proposals?
I don't, I think it would be, it's certainly within the purview of the tag to do so. I don't,
okay.
I would like to
if
hear
you
from
don't,
the
if you don't
proponents
mind.
personally.
The whole reason I joined this call was speak to in opposition to the dismissal of some of the proposals.
Okay,
so
well,
if that'd be okay.
The motion's been withdrawn. Dave Balon's motion has been withdrawn to dismiss a bunch of proposals, but
I think she's referring
No, I'm speaking in general, the proposals that aren't even being heard by this, that were already dropped.
Those, okay.
For example,
okay. Yep.
the R value proposals. I'm very concerned about this, and I was wondering if you could hear my concerns.
Sure, I think we've got a lot of work to do, and I think that my opinion is that the scope for this is tag meeting is limited, but tag members can do what they want, and if they want to revive another proposal, we can we can take the time to do that. But go ahead, Anne.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to try to keep it under 90 seconds. So I'm here to speak in opposition to the dismissal of the Damon Doyle and Carolyn Logue proposals dealing with R and U values. I think this tag has an obligation to review these proposals. We've been given a glimpse of what is coming, and it's fraught with problems and unnecessary spending for negligible energy savings. It took the July 1 deadline for many of my builders to actually begin to look at the ramifications of the R values in both the attics and the walls. The R60 in the ceiling will require a 21-inch deep heel on the roof trusses. Well, with this high heel comes additional blocking that is very labor intensive, additional siding, sheathing, and lumber. Kingston Homes, one of my clients, has stated that this will add $4,000 to a 2,000 square foot home. And also, I should point out that the commercial code does not require R60, but still stands at R49. So why would you be able to build a townhome with R49, but a single family home has to have R60? This makes no sense. The continuous insulation mandate will add even more costs. Adding continuous insulation has structural issues and also possible moisture issues. But besides these concerns, the R values and the corresponding U values do not belong in our climate zones. The testing data shows that it will take over 100 years to recoup costs, to recoup a cost increase of $5,000 for a small energy savings in zone 4. My builders are telling me that the cost will actually be much more than this. And I want to point out that the R value increases and the U value decreases in the 2021 code from what was in the 2018 cycle should have never happened. The R value and U value proposals were voted down in both the code action hearings and in the public comment hearings. These are long open hearings where the proposals' merits are debated by the proponents and the opponents and then voted on. It was only in the third phase of the voting, which is the governmental online voting, that several of these proposals were overturned and are now in the code. And this had never happened before. Proposals that had been twice voted down had never come back in the online vote. And since this has occurred, the code development process has been changed to prevent this. So if this happened now, these R values and U values would still be remaining at the 2018 level where they should be. There are not a lot of states that have adopted the 2021 code yet, but I do know that Pennsylvania and Maryland have adopted it or are adopting it with amending the R and U values back to 2018 levels, and they are also in our same climate zones of 4 and 5. So I think regardless of the EPCA issues, I think it is the responsibility of this organization to not put in place the code that will cause residents of the state to unnecessarily spend thousands of dollars that will not have any benefit to them or to the environment. And I urge you to reconsider your stance on this matter. With this delay of 120 days, I think this is a great opportunity to fix some very bad flaws in the code. And I don't know how that is done, but maybe a motion can be made to bring back in these proposals, the proposal 21 GP 304 and 21 GP 3009. I would hope that you guys can listen to those. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. Can you state specifically, so the tag is convened to do a very specific thing. Can you state the EPCA related provision that you're referencing here?
Well, EPCA overall is the energy savings code, and the thermal envelope is literally adjacent to what's in the building. The appliances and the heating elements, they need to have a good thermal envelope. And what we're doing with the increase of the R values is not helping the thermal envelope. So it's definitely EPCA adjacent.
Okay, so you're not pointing to a specific EPCA provision. You're suggesting that everything energy related is
I don't
covered
have
by
it in front of
EPCA.
me. Well, I don't have it in front of me, but like one of the starting, mission statements of EPCA is energy efficiency.
Yeah, so everything in the energy code
And
is
things
about
have to
energy
also
efficiency,
be
right?
economically justifiable. And so these R values increases are not economically justifiable. And
I mean,
that is
the
also.
council. Go ahead.
Well, the bottom line is, I just think that we need to be, as a state building code council, you should be looking out for the residents of Washington State and putting in a good code.
Okay, so you're saying that we don't have a good code. The council voted for the residential energy code, and the council also voted for the commercial energy code. So those are things that the council voted for, taking into consideration lots and lots of pieces of information. So.
Well, I think with the July 1 deadline, it woke up a lot of the builders, and they finally figured out what is happening. And these changes, the insulation changes, are going to cost home builders $10,000 to $20,000 per home. They're just not justifiable. And I think we would not have known that if we weren't gearing up to change the code July 1. So I view this 120 days as a huge blessing, and maybe we can look at this these issues again.
Okay, I mean, that is outside of my understanding of what this tag is convened to do. So we have a lot of really important work to do today. And it's just really hard to want to spend an hour talking about these issues when they are, not directly, in my opinion, what the tag was convened to do. If somebody
Is there
wants
another
to,
avenue I can bring this to?
the council considers off-cycle rulemaking regularly, more regularly than staff would like, but that's something that can be brought up and yes, at the council level. And if we have time at the end of the day, I would love to get to it, to get to anything else that the tag can do. But I think our primary purpose today needs to be these main code proposals and hearing from the proponents on how they address EPCA preemption issues. And yeah, I really would like to.
Thank you for your time. I really appreciate it. I just wanted to. I have not participated in this process. So I really appreciate your time.
Yeah, and normally I'm just going to say, like, the code cycle starts in 6 months, and normally during the code cycle we consider all proposals equally, but in this case the tag has been convened for a very specific purpose, and it is only to consider the thing that I read at the very beginning of the last session, and I think what you bring up is good and fine, and possibly a great change, but I think that's at least secondary to what we need to do with prescriptive options and total building performance option and other options. So that's kind of where I feel on it, but tag members can say what they want, make motions. If somebody wants to make a motion to bring these back, we can. I would urge you to make them secondary to the other issues that we need to talk about today, if you do so. Okay, thanks, Anne. I know it's a complicated process.
Thank you.
So Gary, you are next. And the question I have to the tag right now is, do we want to consider all of them and then vote, or do we want to consider one, vote on it, consider another, vote on it, another? And I'd love to get this so then we can begin actually considering the language. Gary.
Thanks, Joe. You know, and I suppose I could suggest a slight tweak to that. The commonality on all these is deleting certain sections, but the heat pump sections for space and water heat. I suppose we could take a vote on that and then consider which option, or maybe I should ask you, Jill. You had mentioned sending multiple choices to the council, which I think makes a certain amount of sense, especially given the fact that they're going to need some legal advice on which options are going to do the best job at minimizing risk. Was it kind of your thinking that some form of one of these proposals, or maybe a combination, would be put forward? In other words, one of the options will be to delete the heat pump portions of the space and water heat?
Yes, I think my preference from my standpoint on the council is, it would be great if the council had one really good prescriptive option that, I mean, every single one of these deletes 403.5.7, so that's probably part of it.
Right.
But then doing all the other things that these proposals do in terms of, you know, adding gas options, if we think that's good. Yeah, we send the council one prescriptive option that we think is you know, comprehensive and compliant to the best of our ability, and then that we also send perhaps a R405 option, and then if there's other options that people envision, then we send those. I think we can send 1, 2, 3, 4 options. I don't want to, you know, probably send more than 3 or 4, but if there's options and we can't decide on them, I think we can get legal advice about them once it goes to the next level. So I agree.
And I'm not sure if we can do anything other than allow each of these proponents at least 2 to 3 minutes to summarize their reasons for the proposals. I'm not sure if there's a different or fairer way to do that. Obviously, it'll take some time. I understand what Dave Balon was trying to get at in terms of slimming things down, but all of these proposals were accepted. All of the proposals should be heard.
I agree with that. All right, so ideally you would just say a couple words about whether you want them to. Why don't we do this a different way? So I've heard a few people say we should consider them all before we vote on them. Use your thumbs up and let me know if you think that that's generally a good idea, or thumbs down if you think that's a bad idea. Okay, I'm seeing lots of thumbs up. So that's the way we will proceed. And since I'm kind of, this is one of the few things I'm actually in charge of, is how we consider these proposals. So without further ado, why don't we go down the list? And I want to limit us to just talking about the prescriptive part of the proposal now. So Henry, why don't you talk about 035? And I'm not going to limit people on how much time they have to talk about it because some of these are pretty complex. So Henry, you have the floor to talk about 034 or 035, the prescriptive parts of it.
Sure. Thanks, Chell.
I guess, sorry, Henry, before I do that, I see other hands up and I want to make sure that everybody has a chance to speak on things. We kind of told me how you want me to run this part of it, but Scott, Poppy, Lisa, or Kevin, if you have further comments before we begin considering proposals, I'm all ears. So Scott, go ahead. Okay, Poppy, go ahead.
I don't have any comments. Thank you.
Okay, can you lower your hand then? Poppy, go ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I support Lisa's proposal or recommendation to listen to some of the more comprehensive proposals first. And I think that GP 3038, although it is focused mostly on the performance path, it is actually a more comprehensive proposal in terms of risk mitigation. So I would request that we hear that earlier in the process and not at the end as something separate, just relating to the performance path.
Okay, thanks, Poppy. Lisa.
Yeah, thanks, Poppy. That was actually my exact point. Just wanted to add a tiny bit more to that. Yeah, that particular proposal submitted by RMI, and perhaps Johnny can chime in and clarify, of course, at the time when he presents his proposal, is being proposed as a standalone solution, perhaps. And so I think it is important that that be considered at the beginning so that we can see that, like, put them side by side and look at the solutions that are being proposed.
Okay. Kevin.
Thank you, Chair Anderson. I put the spreadsheet together with the hope that we could focus on the differences, not the commonalities, because I think it's pretty obvious once you look at the colors, oh yeah, there's these commonalities. And yes, I agree that the proponent should be given a chance to speak to their proposals. I want to add some more flavor. I chose to provide individual pieces versus a comprehensive proposal, just because I thought that might make discussion easier. But as a whole, my proposals do make a comprehensive motion, or rather proposal. Thank you.
Yeah, and I grouped in my mind and on my Word document that I'm using to take notes here, I grouped your proposal 16, 17, and 20, and Greg's 5, 6, 8, and 9, and Ty Jennings 01 and 02, and others. Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do we have this spreadsheet available? I do not see it on the website.
No, this was something Kevin put together to help, and he sent it late last night, I think. So thank you, Kevin, for doing that. But I don't think anybody else has it.
Because I'm only seeing a portion of it. Okay, I guess there's more at the bottom there. It seems like a helpful and good strategy. I just wish we had access to this.
Yeah, I think we can bring it up as often as needed to kind of help us. I guess, yeah, go ahead.
That's all. I'm yeah, trying to help navigate through this process.
Yeah, I think that's been the challenge everybody's had, is how do you consider these in a way that's going to be as productive and efficient as possible. What I have suggested is that we have a prescriptive path, which would be kind of columns C, D, E, and F, that we suggest something that has column G and also send that to the council. And the prescriptive path would also have H and I and H and I in it. So that we send multiple packages to the MVN council so that they have legal options. I guess, why don't I just take a poll, like how many people thumbs up, thumbs down, think that that's generally a good idea? Normally I'd see nodding. I don't see nodding normally and in this circumstance. So I'm not seeing a whole lot of, oh no, I'm starting to see some thumbs. I see a few thumbs up. I don't see a whole lot of I don't see any thumbs down. We'll just go with that assumption. The tag can do whatever it wants. So I'm not telling tag what to do. I'm just suggesting a few things that the tag does.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
The question was, do we want to, in general, send multiple options to the council? In other words, one that would be a prescriptive option or more, if we really wanted to. One that would be a total building performance R405 option. And if somebody has another option, we could send that as well. That was the question, is do we want to send multiple proposals to the MVN council to give them more options? So go ahead, Kevin.
Thank you, Chair Anderson. Yes, I support that idea. And in addition to the columns you referred to, I believe I'm correct in understanding that the prescriptive path also includes our 406.3 additional energy efficiency requirements.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
So it's, yeah. Patrick.
Yeah, I have a question for Krista. On my tag roster, Henry Odom is listed just as an alternate to the commercial code. Is he actually on the residential tag and have a vote?
Yes, I do, Patrick. Thanks for checking.
Okay.
Good question. So I'm checking right now as well on my list.
Henry is the mechanical engineer representative on the residential tag and the codes consultant alternate on the commercial tag.
Okay, that's what my records show as well. Okay, so if we're going to send multiple options, then what order do we want to consider them in? I was thinking the prescriptive option first. Let's coalesce that. That has a lot of proposals in it. So I was thinking we would spend the bulk of our time on that. And then later consider the R405 option. Lisa suggested that we do the opposite, that we consider R405 first, and then consider the prescriptive. So I think I'm just going to make, does anybody else agree with Lisa that we should consider the R405 option before we consider the prescriptive option? Andrea.
No, because I think a large segment of the building industry utilizes the prescriptive over any sort of performance. And we are, if you remember correctly, there's a performance pathway being worked on right now by an SBCC member. So I would actually like to put forth all of our energy on the prescriptive side of things first.
Okay, thank you. Damon?
Yeah, I would tend to concur with what Andrea just said.
Okay.
Most people will tell you that it's really the simulated performance option as opposed to a true performance option. And I don't know that it's ever been utilized in the state of Washington. So I would definitely put the emphasis on the prescriptive.
Okay, that sounds good. I think I will go with that. I'll hear from Kevin and Poppy first, and then just, I have heard building officials say that the performance path has been used. To what extent, I think, is probably a question. In other words, someone's gotten a permit from using the path. I don't know what a fraction of people are that do that.
Yeah,
Kevin.
that for a second.
Sure.
Yeah, there's a handful of local jurisdictions that created their own performance pathway separate from the state. So yes, there are people using the performance pathway, but they're utilizing an ERI methodology rather than like what we have in R405.
Okay, thanks, Andrea. Kevin.
So quick question. I have the spreadsheet file right here. I could throw it in the chat if people want it. To
Go
answer
for it.
Damon's question.
Go for
Okay,
it.
I'll do that. Thank you.
You can't, so tag members can't email tag members.
And I don't think there's a chat associated with this meeting.
Oh, that's
okay.
true.
Krista, may I
Well,
make-
Krista has it.
Can I make a suggestion? Krista,
Sure.
if you could roll up your menu at the top and perhaps come down from 120% down to 100%, we might be able to get this to fit all on one screen. I appreciate you modifying the columns and rows. That's been really helpful. But yeah, just the little arrow on the right-hand side, if you could roll up your menu.
It does all fit on the screen now. If
Oh.
you see, Brian A, he is the last one.
Oh, okay.
So
Cool. Got it. Perfect. Thank you.
Thanks, Damon. Poppy.
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate that I disagree with focusing mostly on the prescriptive path. We're not really just talking about code change proposals here. We're specifically talking about how to mitigate legal risk. And the changes to the performance path are really focused on mitigating legal risk and therefore are actually fairly important to this whole process, and they're comprehensive. So I already stated that, but I think that we should be looking at it as a comprehensive proposal, not as something that is separated out into a category of prescriptive versus performance.
Okay, thanks, Poppy. I would like to consider the prescriptive ones first. So let's consider those first. I think, hearing from the building industry that that's the pathway that's used most often. Let's focus there. Let's start there. We're going to consider all proposals, but let's start with the prescriptive, and hopefully send multiple of these to the MVE and council. Okay, without further ado, Henry, you are on now.
All right. So my proposal, as Chell mentioned a little bit ago, that there were two versions of the code that were passed, one with the mandates and one with the heat pump mandates and the prescriptive language, and one without. My first approach at R406 during the original tag cycle did not incorporate any of the heat pump mandates. I was unaware that those were coming. It was after those were passed, there was an effort to rework R406 to accommodate the heat pump mandates. Obviously, if you're requiring highly efficient equipment in the prescriptive code, this optional energy credit is not doesn't need to be as strict because more of the measures are already included outside of the section. So anyways, fast forward to now, what I basically did was I revived my original proposal and then did track changes against the 2021 code as it was passed. So my credit requirements, the value of credits are consistent with my original proposal, but you will see kind of a different, like this is a great example, R4063. You'll see it goes from 2.5 to 5, which seems like a pretty big jump. If you look at the comparison to the 2018 code, I'll start off with small dwelling units and go down 1 through 5. 2018, a small dwelling unit needed 3 points, medium needed 6, a large needed 7, R2 needed 4.5, and addition under 150 to 500 needed 1.5 credits. So when you see this cross out from 5 to 8 for medium, that seems bigger than what the actual original proposal was meant when it was just a 2-point increase. So just keep that in mind. I have the same targets as before. I have not increased any of those requirements. But to back up a little bit, can we scroll up to the top here? So as I went through the code, I just kind of picked out some sections. This first one's really, I don't think, a big deal, since this proposal would strike out heat pump water heating. I just took out the electric water heater installation and just switched the tank type, just put insulation underneath both gas and electric. It's good practice, and I think that's always what the code was intending for. Full on strikeout of R405 or 40357. This is consistent with several other proposals that Kevin had organized in that sheet. Just renumbered the supplementary since that first section doesn't exist anymore. Full strikeout of heat pump space heating, consistent with several other proposals as well. And then into the simulated performance, since those sections would no longer exist in the prescriptive code, took them out of this section as well. And that is the only change I made to the R405, just for clarity. This table here, the fuel normalization should be struck out. It's my error there. But switching it to energy equalization credits, so this would be a site energy metric. As noted previously, a federal minimum gas furnace is 80% efficient, and a federal minimum air source heat pump is roughly COP of 2.5. So what this table does is says a gas furnace is our new baseline. So you start off with 0 credits. So an 80% efficient heating system is our new standard. And then if you go down to number 4, which is a central air source heat pump, which I just mentioned has a COP of 2.5. If you do the math, you'll see that that unit, central air source heat pump, is over 3.2 times more efficient than a gas furnace. So that system gets 3 credits because the baseline efficiencies per federal standards is 3 times more efficient. And then there's a few other flavors of it that we've all seen before. This number 2 was added during the tag process. This is the supplemental. And basically, especially when you go east of the Cascades, but even in near the Puget Sound, a lot of our winter heating is below 40 degrees Fahrenheit. And these systems are typically set up to swap to back up electric resistance or combustion furnace heating at that temperature. So you basically lose half of your COP from the air source heat pump in system type 4. And we've done some modeling to look into that. Electric resistance heating. Electric resistance heater is 100% efficient. That is 20% more efficient than a combustion federal minimum gas furnace. So you get a little uptick there. And then 5 is a ductless heat pump in a house with electric resistance in all the bedrooms and exterior rooms. And so you get a lot more electric heat than pure COP. So that's just looking at pure site-based energy use between different efficiencies. And so this is essentially the same table as in the 2018 code that's been, that was in 2018 at least. And then back down to R4063, this is going back to my original, you can go to the energy credits here. My original proposal, I did take out, there used to be 3 columns. One was like specific for electric resistance and gas. Another one is for heat pumps, but I just kind of washed all that out and went back just to what was in the 2018 code and 2015 code with all other in group R2s. And again, you'll see this change in credit values. And this is just because I'm going off of the 2021 code as passed, which had derated all these, especially the load reduction measures. Because when you have heat pump space heating as a prescriptive, load reduction measures are much less effective. But when you're basing this off of a gas furnace, that's 80%, load reduction is obviously much more important. And so you'll see these credit values have gone up. Going down through the rest of it, mainly just clarification on allowing gas units back into the code. If you keep scrolling down a little bit. You might have passed the gas furnace, but there's a credit up there for the space heating. If you keep going down, you'll see I put water heating back in, half a credit, and added the condensing boiler back into 5.4. Both of those were in there in the 2018 code with the same credit value. Nothing's changed there. And then other appliances, I'm not showing track changes, but some of this stuff was updated. 7's a good example. It was just the language was updated, but the credit values are the same. Didn't highlight it because that is the same as the 2021 code. So that's, yep, that's the highlight of my proposal. Thanks.
All right, thanks, Henry. So I guess maybe this one is obvious how it addresses EPCA in that it simply doesn't require, it explicitly allows federal minimum gas appliances and all appliances. So I guess I just, when people are presenting, I'd like them to talk really briefly about the compliance, but basically if you include federal minimum compliance, that's kind of one of the bits.
Yeah. You can build a passive house, put a lot of solar on it, do drain water heat recovery, make it really airtight, and you can meet code and put in 80% furnace if you'd like. So there's a pathway through the code using federal minimum, nor does it prohibit electric versus gas appliances. This is the way.
And it doesn't explicitly say you have to have a passive house, but you just would have to have, trade-off envelope for appliance.
Exactly. Yeah, that's basically what the 30% envelope is. It's very highly insulated. So, and this is the exact same format that the code's been under for the last several cycles. Yep.
Okay, thank you. And I guess what we'll do is we'll take comments on this particular one, and then we'll move on to whoever was next on the list. I think was it Ty Jennings? But so we'll take comments on this. So go ahead, Patrick.
Disagree with you, Shell, the way the points are structured, and I disagree with you, Henry. It is essentially a gas ban due to the point credits and the cost of construction. And so you're not following the EPCA rules. And actually, the 2018 code, Henry, is not following the EPCA rules. It is essentially a gas ban. And that is where it's at. And I mean, you're never going to get these credits, that amount of credits, using a gas furnace and a gas water heater. You're never going to get there without doing extraordinary extra measures, as in an envelope that's 30% better than the code baseline, which is very difficult to do, and solar panels and all this. It is a gas ban. And there is a hearing coming up. And if this is passed and that's what the judge gets to look at, that's what the attorney's going to point out. So if you want to get yourself out of this litigation that you're in, you're going to have to be more reasonable. So while I have the floor, I'm going to make a motion to disapprove on the pretense that it is not solving the EPCA problem.
Okay, Patrick. We have a motion on the floor. I mean, we tentatively agreed as a tag to consider all of them before we voted on any of them. But Patrick, your motion is in order. I mean, tag members can make motions whenever they want, even if they go against the things we've agreed on prior. So we have a motion, we have a second. And I guess I also want to address, Patrick, there was a survey of some builders and building officials on what was being built under the 2018 code. And I think there was, what I saw, there was like 90% adoption of like heat pump water heaters or something like that. But that means 10% of the people are not using them and probably using, or 90% electric, I think. And that means that 10% of the people, builders in this particular survey, were in fact using gas. So I guess
in reality, I've probably processed 100 projects through the 2018 code, and we use combinations. There is no common denominator. The sad thing that's going on, Shell, is there is a lot of split systems being put in homes with no backup. And That's because the code drives you there, and that's not the traditional method. Whether you're using an air source or a split system, they're not even putting in electric resistance as backup. And, you know, all split systems do not go down to like 17 degrees. So who knows what they're buying? Yeah.
Patrick, if you're buying units from the 1980s, then you might be right, but you should look at some current cut sheets. They work out quite well.
The other thing that is going on, which I find on every single one of these projects, because I have been having to review all the heating system proposals. Everything is being sized twice as big as it needs to be. It's just unbelievable, Shell. That industry oversizes everything. So I'm not sure where the game is, but
I've noticed that in my career working with mechanical engineers on the commercial and residential side as well, is that things are oversized per a specific heat load calc. Patrick, so you're speaking in favor of your motion right now.
no, I'm not.
I mean, you have the opportunity to
favor
speak
of
in
the
favor of your motion if you want. What was that?
What's your question?
You have the floor to speak in favor of your motion right now.
I'm not speaking in favor of the motion because it is essentially a gas ban and it does not handle that EPCA
Oh, okay.
situation.
All right. Andrew, as a second on the motion, do you want to speak?
Yeah, mainly my second is just because I'm not convinced that we're meeting the, I guess, the test for one-to-one when you combine credits for the fuel normalization table or whatever we want to call it, and then you combine it with the efficiency requirements for credit in that portion of the table, which I believe is 3 or 4. I can't remember, but that is the reason why I'm seconding. I don't think that the fuel normalization table in general will hold up to that test.
Okay.
Am I allowed to ask reasoning from her so we can all understand what her
Sure.
what her take on it?
Yes. Yeah. Go ahead, Henry. I think she said it's not based on energy. And I think you had said it was, so go ahead.
Yeah. If people want to get their calculators out, if you do 2.57 divided by 0.8, if you want to tell me what number comes out of that, that is the efficiency increase over a gas furnace. And you'll see that's about 3.2. And the table has a credit value of 3. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Gary, you're next on my list.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Here's another, the main issue I have with this one is that energy equalization table and using site energy. The real good example is providing credit for electric resistance when we all know how ridiculous that is in comparison to some other technologies. If this table is to be an energy equalization table, it should be based upon source energy, not site energy. And the other piece of math would be is take that 2.57 and divide it by at least 2 to account for all the upstream losses to get electricity to the home. So that being said, I might ask Patrick to remove his motion for a couple of reasons. I think we did agree that we kind of like to hear from all the proponents before we get to it. And secondly, if we proceed with a vote on this and it passes, then what does that say for the rest of the proposals to be considered? So I'll ask that of you, Patrick. You can do what you want on this. My preference would be to kind of give everybody a chance to talk about their proposals, because we know it's going to end up being a mishmash of some level, I think. Thank you.
On that point, Gary, this is Andrea. I would like to rescind my second then, because I do agree with that.
I will follow your direction, Gary, and remove my motion.
Okay, motion has been removed, so we are still discussing the proposal in front of us. Does anybody have further comments on this proposal in front of us? And Damon, your hand is up. You're first. Okay, Dave Balon, your hand is up.
No, I'm sorry, I took my hand down in order to speak.
Oh, okay.
I was just being proactive, trying to.
I appreciate that.
First of all, point of order, I noticed that both Dave and Lisa have their hands up, and they're both representing the same group, the energy modelers on the tag. So one is an alternate. Looks like Lisa's the alternate. How do we address that? Do alternates you have two people from one group commenting, but only one votes? How are you addressing that, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, only the primary will vote unless the primary is absent, and then the alternate will vote. My understanding is primary and alternate can make comments, and in the public can also make comments. So even if they were a member of the public, they can make comments.
Okay, just a clarification there. Thank you. Couple thoughts on this proposal. First off, Henry, I know you went. This is very comprehensive and a lot of work behind it. Being a HERS rater, I know what goes into this. I'm assuming that you use the metric of 600 kilowatt hours per year for being equal to half a credit. Is that correct?
Yeah, kept the same approach as the original proposal. Yeah.
Okay. And I also I agree with Gary that I wouldn't say that an electric resistance furnace being considered a zero or wherever that is, that baseline, and saying that a gas furnace at 80% is actually less efficient. It's when you consider line loss, that is not an apples for apples whatsoever. I guess my struggle with this proposal, it's very comprehensive and kind of covers most of what we're trying to achieve today, but I don't know whether to bifurcate this proposal or to go through the other more targeted proposals that might do it more step by step rather than, this is kind of a blanket, here's everything. So that's my only concern without having taken the time to really overanalyze it and try to apply it to projects that I do residentially. So I'm going to listen to comment, but I definitely have some concerns. I'll go with that. Thank you.
Thanks, Damon. Dave Balon.
Yeah, I'll make it fairly brief. I think the thing that EPAC tells us is we need efficiency. We need to measure efficiency as the basis for our ratings of equipment. That is what this proposal does. It is true that up until the 2018 code cycle, we allowed gas to be considered only against gas and heat pumps only against heat pumps or other electric. That is what we are trying to avoid here. Simply put, if you do that, you get these very interesting advantages for heat pumps, and the builders are free to take those advantages or to avoid them and do other things that are equivalent. And this is the same mistake that BIAW made in the last round. The APAC basically requires us to use either site energy or energy in general, but especially site energy, or cost. And since we are not using cost, that makes this in effect a direct effort to comply with EPAC. I think we should remember that that's our business here, to try and get an efficient code. And the fact that we're trying to get a cheap code in some cases is less relevant.
Thanks, Dave. Lisa.
Hi, thank you. Actually, my comments are just directly related to the structure of this particular proposal. There are pros and cons with putting together a comprehensive proposal like this. The positive side, of course, is that the whole picture has been thought through and it's all put together, which it's great. However, if there are particular elements of the proposal that TAG members don't like, that you kind of lose, toss the baby out with the bathwater kind of thing. And so I guess my question, or perhaps comment for the TAG, is that we consider again all the proposals and make decisions about elements of the proposals that we agree to, and send all of those ideas to the MVE. So we're not tying their hands of what they get to consider. So that's my recommendation, or perhaps question to the TAG on how to go about doing that without it getting too messy.
Could you restate that, Lisa? What your recommendation is to send what?
The recommendation would be to, after evaluating this particular proposal, if there are details in the proposal that the TAG has issue with, instead of tossing the entire proposal, because it is a comprehensive one, again, that is the risk versus like the approach that Kevin Duell took, which was breaking it up individual pieces, that kind of protects some of these ideas. We just don't want to throw out everything in this proposal if there are particular details that some TAG members.
Okay. Yep. So we might end up with a Mr. Potato Head kind of proposal that has bits of each one.
Yes.
I think that's fine. I think our job today is to figure out the best parts of each of the prescriptive proposals and smash them together and send that on. That's what my hope, at least. Go ahead, Gregory.
Yeah, a question for clarification from you, Shell. So a lot of our the people who propose on the same sections. And so I don't know whether to chime in with feedback on the current proposal that we're looking at, or if I save it for when I present on what I've proposed, and would it be more efficient if we had each person who present on their things and then we go back and talk as a group, or?
We're taking comments on this one right now, but I think you will get the floor to talk about your proposals very soon. And that might be a good time to talk about that, unless you have a specific, question about one of the bits of this proposal.
Okay, I can save all mine for when I present. I mean, and all my comments are going to address this one because we all comment on the same sections.
Yep.
Thanks.
Okay. Thanks, Gregory. Johnny.
Thank you so much. Yeah, 2 points. One, energy use is defined in federal statute under 42-6291-4. It says the term energy use means the quantity of energy directly consumed by a consumer product at the point of use, and is determined by test procedures. That's site energy, it's not source energy. And then the federal exception for building code requirements under EPCA, the 7-point test, 3A states that code permits builder to meet an energy consumption or conservation objective by selecting a combination of energy efficiencies meeting that objective. And then part C says that must be 1-to-1 equivalent. What Henry is doing here is he's making the heat pump and the furnace and electric resistance, which are all covered products, be 1-to-1 equivalent. Right now, they wouldn't be if we don't make those changes. So what he's actually doing is complying with EPCA and making it 1-to-1 by doing a normalization. Is that correct, Henry?
Yeah, that was the intent.
That's it.
Thanks, Johnny. Poppy.
Yeah, my question is related to that. Does that mean that that's why you removed or transitioned from the carbon accounting in the normalization table to energy? I'm just wondering what the purpose of that switch was. I understand the approach in terms of the heat pump requirements as one way to do that, but what was the legal reason for changing from carbon to energy, even though the carbon table was basically based on energy anyway?
Yeah, I don't know if I have a specific legal reference, but if you remember that the carbon table's often one of the most contested components of the code in my experience the last 2 cycles. Never any agreement on what carbon content of electricity is. And then pair that with this current EPCA issue on fair 1-to-1 ratios. I decided just to go to site energy use instead of delve back into what the actual carbon content of electricity is. But that was just kind of my take on it. Happy for more discussion.
Okay. I will remind us that we are scheduled until 1 o'clock. I would love to get through all of the prescriptive proposals at a minimum today and be able to find an option forward, or else we will be rediscussing absolutely everything at our next TAG meeting. So I'd urge you to be expeditious as we try and get through this. Gary.
Yeah, I'll make mine quick because I do want to move on too. I question whether Johnny, your interpretations of the language there is correct in terms of 1-to-1 and how site energy is used. So again, let's get on with it. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Gary. Brian, go ahead.
Sure. Brian Ahey, Bradford White Corporation. And in this proposal, and probably some of the other ones as well, any place where we're changing values for credits, I would probably recommend that those be to be determined. I believe the analysis was done by PNNL. Is that a correct understanding?
Are asking if the analysis in this proposal is done by PNNL?
No, I'm asking if the proposal that was done for the original code was done by
2021.
Yeah.
No, that was myself.
The 2021 code was?
Yep, and the 2018 and 2015.
So the code proposal that was done, there was also a separate cost analysis that was done as well, but you asked about the proposal, so
yeah. I'm sorry. Because
I
the
think you're thinking about the
proposal.
commercial code, Brian.
What's that?
I think you're thinking about the commercial code. PNNL did the emission credits for the pathway for commercial.
Okay, because I was wondering about the credit values when it comes to the equipment itself in there. Was that done by Ecotope as well?
Yeah, Brian, we did the section R406 residential provisions. So what you're looking at, we developed version of this for the 2021 code, 2 versions. One had the mandates and one didn't. And this is a revival of the one that did not have the mandates. And so.
Okay. Thanks for that clarification. And to what Johnny was saying, yeah, I think I was thinking of the commercial code when it came to the PNNL analysis.
Yep.
Cool. Thanks, Brian. All right, we are on to our next proponent. And that is Greg Johnson, according to this. So Gregory, do you go by Greg or Gregory?
You can call me either or. So
okay.
Both works. May I share the screen for part of this too, or?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay.
And you have multiple proposals, but they form a comprehensive view. So this is also a comprehensive proposal.
So I am, whoops, I'm showing. So you guys see my screen right now?
Nope.
Screen, oh, you guys see it now?
Yep.
Okay, so I will first off go, there's a lot to cover, so I'll go see if I can do this quick. My first focus was mainly on EPCA compliance. I mean, that was really what I was, we don't want an injunction to throw out the whole code. So my overall broad speaking approach was going back section by section, reverting sections to the 2018 language. Maybe the 2018 language may not be fully compliant, maybe it is, but we had it in place in the past, and that's probably the most we can agree on. So that's my general approach. So going through the different proposals, the first easy thing to knock out is anywhere we required a mandate that you had to use a heat pump technology. What that does is that basically says you can't use a covered product. So that's pretty obvious that it's violates EPCA preemption. So I was striking out those sections. The second thing that I was, so that was several of my proposals. So the water heat pump heating, we have the space heating mandates. So those areas. Also inside these, there's a lot of prohibitions on supplemental heat. And that was, so that was also a covered product. I mean, whether you use a, whatever technology it is, whether it's gas, whether it's anything that's a covered product, whether you're using it as a primary source or a supplemental, anything that limits its use is in conflict with EPCA. So that was the next thing I was addressing with my suite of proposals. The other thing was in here, on the prior version, it was important to specify how you size heat pumps because we didn't, while there were allowances for some supplemental heat, they wanted to make sure that you didn't undersize your water heater with heat pumps, so that way you didn't rely on supplemental heat. Well, if we're striking out the mandates, then the sizing is doesn't matter. And if we leave that sizing in the code while removing the mandates, now you're actually doing the reverse. You're actually discouraging heat pumps because you're telling the person, if you want to put in a heat pump, you have to size it to this specific amount. So that's why I was trying to strike sections as a whole, because I didn't want to have the unintended consequence of disallowing heat pumps when we try to pick and choose things in and out. I wanted all allowed options. So that was the next section for several of these codes. With knocking out those mandates, that also required that we set all our benchmarks down to the minimum. So the benchmarks for whoops, that's the right here, the benchmark for the system types, same as efficiency as the prevailing minimal standard. So that was pretty obvious. And then on the credit tables, we had eliminated a lot of gas options out of the credit tables. And to me, it seemed obvious that if you're going to be having to allow gas, do we want people putting in the 80% efficient gas? Or do we encourage people to burn less carbon and put in the 95% efficient? So that was adding back in the 2018 credits that the credits that had encouraged that encouraged the different gas options, whether it was the water heating and the space heating. And then lastly, and this speaks pretty important on the credit fuel normalization table, there's a fundamental presupposition that is wrong, unfortunately, that I have, which I'll show you guys real quick. So first off, on the federal preemption, if we go to Cornell law, there's a requirement for the 1-to-1 equivalency for energy usage. And so there's a discussion we've had about site versus source-based. There's a lot of claims that we should go with site-based because that is what federal defines it at, which would be valid. However, the energy code as written actually is focused on source-based because it provides carbon emission values and credit normalization values that are promoting heat pump sources over gas sources. So that's actually taking into account source-based, whether we like it or not. So I'm going to show some real energy running data from a Vista. So real quick, this dashboard right here is the percent of clean power being generated by a Vista. This is the month of May. You can see that clean power, so that's hydro, and this is focused on a Vista owned generation sources. You can see that we're doing really good. We're at like averaging 87%, we're in 90%. I mean, this is showing awesome data. Reason why heating, it's also you have moderate temperatures, so you don't have very much heating load going on at this time of the year, and things look really good. But when you step back and you look at, you see it's dropped off. I'm going through, this is February, January, December. So we're averaging 39 and we're dropping to less than 20% clean power. So what is that non-clean power? That's natural gas. And so what we need to be looking at is the marginal amount of energy. And what I'll tell you is that for any utility, it makes no sense to burn natural gas when the water's flowing through the dams and the wind is blowing through the turbine, wind generators, because the water flowing is free. It doesn't cost you any money. You're paying money to burn the gas. And so you want to take your natural gas units and you want to put them on, if you have to have them up for reliability, you put them idle in the most minimal possible thing, and you always prefer the green source. So then just to show what is the efficiency of Avista's natural gas generation. Well, right here, so these are our natural gas generations. It's pretty dismal. We're looking, so the weighted average for, if you compare the size versus the percentage, 39%, so 39% of the gas that you burn to make electricity is, you're getting only 39% out of that. And obviously for each of these units, you'll see they give you different rates. So this is when 140 megawatts are out, when 320. So they're not a set efficiency for every unit. Some of these units are horrible, like our Northeast. We don't want to run that at all. That is 28% efficient when it's at max output. It's 24% when it's a lower output. These are horrible.
Greg,
Yeah.
Gregory, so we are here today specifically to address EPCA and those concerns related to that. I think this is fascinating. This is interesting. I don't know how, tweaking, carbon emissions is directly relevant to our task today.
Can I quickly tell you how it is
Please.
relevant? If the numbers you assume for efficiencies on the fuel normalization and the carbon emissions, if those are accurate or even close to being accurate, then this thing's irrelevant. But if your numbers are saying that electricity is way more efficient than it really is, and then you put in efficiency targets, you're basically penalizing covered appliances, and it's not the one-to-one. So the Cornell law requires the one-to-one requirement. So you're running afoul of the Cornell, the one-for-one equivalency energy usage.
Well, I thought it was pretty clear that was a site energy use. I thought that was explicitly defined as a site energy use metric. Wasn't that what?
Well, the code includes source energy assumptions. If you look at some of the tables, they're looking at source. So like if you look at the energy, the CO2 values for the different energy sources, the fuel normalization, some of those things actually have the assumption built in.
Those are source carbon emissions.
Yeah, source carbon. So if you're including source instead of for your evaluation metric instead of site, then so it's like you can't have your cake and eat it too. You got to choose to you can't include source penalties for carbon emissions and then say, oh wait, we're only talking about site.
Okay.
So
we'll talk about R405 next week or the week after that, based on how we're doing today. But yeah, okay. I think it's.
And I got one last thing on this real quick. So one last thing, this is very simple, just showing you, and heat pumps are awesome. So let me just say is I'm not against heat pumps. Heat pumps are the best scenario for when you have moderate temperatures and they've done an amazing job to make the cold weather performance a lot better. So they're awesome. I like them. My main thing is though, if you look at what the actual efficiency of the electric grid is and you pull up the losses, I mean, I have some typical and excellent, which is over idealistic, doesn't really happen. I have poor performance, and these extreme actually do have cases where we have this. when you're looking at your cold air temperature, your the amount of the coefficient of performance you need for a heat pump to make the equivalent of electricity ends up being a lot higher for the cold. I mean, obviously, your heat pumps like Mitsubishi, they can make that when it gets in the 30 degrees, 20 degrees, they can make these performance. But when you get single digits and below, you can't hit there. So that's basically the argument. Some of the so essentially with my proposals, I mean, that's kind of like an overview of what they're all, and so I was trying to remove the fuel normalization, put it back to 2018. May not be perfect, but we've been there in the past and it's worked. So it's more closer to parity, taken our carbon emissions efficiencies and putting those back to 2018, and then
Okay, we'll discuss
so,
our
yeah.
405 in a minute.
Okay.
Later, but
I'll stop sharing.
Okay, thank you, Gregory. Other comments, questions? Dave Balon. I don't hear you, Dave. David Reddy.
Yeah, so I mean, on this question of the metric, I was interested to hear earlier the kind of I guess not interpretation, but council's input on that. And I guess one point of reference is the 2022 California Energy Code standards do have prescriptive heat pump requirements for select buildings, and their analysis and and the performance path actually does include two metrics, one based on time dependent valuation, as they call it, and then also source energy is their other metric. So I don't know how they arrived at those two metrics meeting preemption criteria, but it is another point of reference, I think, for us to consider. And then, but I guess the site energy or whatever factor is used, I think when we considered the emissions, the carbon emissions values, those were in the context of performance of the grid, not necessarily now, but also to a certain degree in the future. And I think that's a really important thing that we need to consider, is that buildings will be using these pieces of equipment for a while as the grid is required to become cleaner. So we need to account for that. So whatever metric we account for or use, I think needs to reflect that.
Thanks, David. Johnny.
Yeah, thanks, David. Yeah, I think that the big difference is that California doesn't have an active lawsuit. I agree that they do define source and cost. They define energy and cost differently than and yeah, I'd be interested to see what would happen if they got sued, but I don't.
Well, their standards have been in effect since January 1st. Obviously, they, as the commission is extremely concerned, they've been thinking about preemption for a long time already. So I don't know. I agree. They're not being sued yet, or maybe there's good omens that they haven't yet.
Yeah.
All right, thanks. Dave Balon, did you have a comment?
Yes, I do. It's the way that the normalization table was built originally, and to a big extent, the way it actually exists in current CR 103 is based on the aggregate generating system across the entire state. Since about 2002, the State Department of Ecology has been keeping track of that through utility reports of their wholesale and retail delivery, and accounting carbon, accounting source for every single thing. It's true that Vista is unusually dependent, or in our region, unusually dependent on combustion energy and apparently on gas combustion energy. But it's also true that in aggregate, the total amount of energy used by all of the utilities in the state, about 30% is based on combustion. And most of that is coal, actually. That said, it is the reason why when you use source energy and carbon, that there's a substantial increase in it's a substantial variation in the amount of carbon between things. Anyway, the net result here is that we actually did use in the 2018 code a compromise between source and site as part of the actual final table. It's not an actual real number in any one utility at all. It's not really a source or a site for either of them. It's just a compromise that was made as part of that code process. We do compromise. So I'm at this point, what we're talking about here now is long-term averages and the long-term impact of efficiencies on building performance. It is not a marginal case. It is the entire energy use. That's what's in 1927A, and that's the basis of almost all of the both option table and normalization table that have been done ever since the beginning of 2010.
Okay, thanks, Dave. Let's go on to the next group of proposals. Krista, do you want to share again? And again, I'd love the proponent to talk as much as they need, but ideally say, hey, I do the same thing as the last proposal, but here's what I do different. So Ty, you are up, and Kevin, you are on deck.
This is Alan Spector from Cascade speaking on behalf of Ty Jennings, who's unavailable to present his proposals. But you're in luck because Ty Jennings is the expert and I am not. So I will be fairly brief. Let's see. So regarding his proposal, it's just fairly straightforward. So he's reintroducing the energy credits for natural gas, propane, other combustion-driven equipment. And he's offering a few options to address innovative emerging gas technologies, specifically gas-fired heat pumps. And so he adds that to the table. And so that was fairly straightforward there. If you look at high-efficiency HVAC equipment options, 3.10, 3.11, so gas-fired heat pumps, put some credits in there. Combo water heating, space and water heating system offers a few options there. And I'll let folks take a look at that, but that was what Ty did for that. Then for the second proposal of residential provisions, he was basically just revising the state energy code provision to make sure that it was in compliance with EPCA. And so just like with some of the other proposals, he was deleting the section required heat pump water heating exclusively. And he renumbered a few sections and just deleted a few sections to make sure that it was in compliance with law.
Thank you, Alan. That was pretty good for a stand-in. Are there comments or questions on this one, or how it is different or similar to other proposals we're looking at? Lisa.
Yeah, I do have a question. There is one unique difference here. And if you scroll down, so it strikes the heat pump water heating section, but does not strike the supplemental heat provision. And if I'm understanding correctly, Gregory's proposal did not do that. And I think it would be helpful to hear from both, like what's the pros and cons of not striking this particular provision.
I think in speaking with Ty, and I did talk these through with him a little bit. Again, I will caveat that Ty is our building code expert. I am not the building code expert. So I can only characterize it through the lens of my best understanding. But I think in speaking with Ty, my understanding was that he was taking it quite literally. And so since gas could still be utilized for supplemental heating, there would still be an option where, there could be a standalone gas equipment, there could be a standalone heat pump, or there could be a combination of a electric heat pump combined with gas backup that since that was there would now be a standalone gas option. I think he chose not to make any substantive changes to that because that option could stand on its own. That is my best understanding, however. I would have to refer back to Ty.
Okay.
And just to respond from my point, I think that's a minor point. That's if we decide to strike it, then I think that's a minor detail we should get to later. I don't think that's the root of the issue.
Yeah, I agree. And I think it gets into the fuel normalization table talks about supplementary heat as well. So we should consider it in relationship to that as well. Okay, Wade.
Yeah, looking at that, the fuel normalization credits and that we're down to 0 for a combustion system, but I don't see, and that would be at an 80% efficiency rate. I don't see any credits available to upsize that to a 96, 97% efficient furnace. So if you're going to go with gas, you're almost encouraging people to put in an 80%.
I guess my recommendation would be if we went with this proposal, we would include other more efficient gas options from other proposals. That'd be my guess. We'd want to include the 91 or other ones from other proposals. That'd be my guess of what the tag would want to do. Because I agree, we don't want to just say federal minimum or nothing, and we'd want to reward people for putting it better than that.
Yeah, and I would agree. I don't believe Ty's intention here was to disincentivize higher performance or highest performance natural gas space heating equipment.
Okay, great. Yeah. Well, let's move on to the next proposal. Kevin, that's you.
Thank you, Chair Anderson. And that's an excellent segue, actually, because let's just look at the proposal 20. The rest is very similar to the other proposals, but my proposal 20 adds credits for a number of gas technologies. So high efficiency water heaters and gas heat pumps and what are known as combination systems. That is systems that provide both space heat and water heat together. And those could be, say, a tankless water heater or a gas heat pump. And there's particular differences, but I'm not going to get into those just now between the credits that I'm describing and others. The reason I didn't put any points on there is I wasn't sure what baseline we're going to start with. So I didn't even presume to know what those numbers would be. And that's it.
Thank you, Kevin. And I guess, would you accept if volunteering Henry, if Henry was able to run those additional options so that we have consistent numbers? Because, and I'm saying this not because Henry's a proponent of one proposal today, but because Henry ran them for the 2021 code that we're kind of modifying here. Would that be the entity you would hope to run to get these points correct, or is there a different entity you're hoping?
I have no opinion on that. That's up to the council.
Okay, so somebody would need to run some modeling to figure out how these things stack up to other R406 credits.
Definitely, and I believe several of these would just be, depending on if the baseline is already in Henry's, they would be the same as Henry's. Some I think would need special consideration, like combis. Those are a unique critter.
Okay, Henry?
Yeah, I want to check in with Kevin. I remember somewhat vaguely, but I think an issue with some of these pieces of equipment that there was not an actual tested standard or certification. Is that still the case with some of this technology?
Well, interesting you'd ask that. On the screen, you can see ANSI numbers, and there's also what's known as the NIA specification. I know that just to head this off at the pass, there's concern expressed that gas heat pumps don't have a minimum, and that's why I refer to the NIA specification for a minimum. When I say minimum, there's no federal minimum. The gas heat pumps technically aren't a covered product. However, water heaters are, and these can be considered water heaters. But I'm sure this will fall into one of those exceptions where the DOE would say, well, you're going to use more than 100 kWh per year. We should regulate this. So I'm sure those will come into play. But that's why there's a minimum of 1.15 for the UEF. That came right out of the NIA specification.
Okay, thanks.
I'll also add that some of these proposals include modifying Chapter 6 to include additional references. And is that
true? This one just does as well.
Yep.
Specifically those ANSI requirements and the NIA specification.
Yep. Wade, do you have another question, or is your hand?
No question.
And
okay.
Just on one more note, happy to have this rolled into some other proposals. That's fine. Really, the whole point of my proposals was to get to this table. And I wanted to just affirm that when I was looking at the EPCA ruling in Berkeley, I took that to mean a broader scope than just gas appliances, but all covered appliances. And therefore, I think as Greg mentioned, I got concerned about preempting electric resistance. I'm not a fan of electric resistance, but it's a covered appliance.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you can not have a pathway that includes it. So that's why I didn't try to rework the heat pump requirement to figure out a way to get those two in there. It's like, I think you can't exclude either. So enough said. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. And I don't see any more hands up. We have one more, I think, group of proposals. Do you want to bring those up? And that is the Brian Ahe. And I think Brian is with a Y, so we should try and. As someone with an unusual name, I'm particularly sensitive to misspellings, continual misspellings of people named. I spelled it BRI as well. Anyway, Brian, you have the floor. Do you want to talk about the two proposals here?
Yeah, thanks, Chell. And yeah, it's the first name and the last name commonly get messed up there. Hey, on the first one, if you look at that spreadsheet, basically in agreement, we have the same language where because EPCA was to avoid federal preemption, striking that language because this limited it to only heat pump water heater systems. So that's the language being eliminated. Same thing with the R403.5.7.1, there was a question on that being eliminated. Look at a couple different ways. That could be, it's more a guidance or best practice. So does it need to be in the energy code, or can it be in a reference, reference appendix or something? And then when we go to the credits, what we did was, if you can scroll down, align with the Energy Star 5.0 residential water heater requirements. And so you've got a UEF in there with a value of 1.0. And if you go down further, you also have yes, you've got that one where you have a UEF of 0.86, and I probably need to modify that because that is with the high draw. There's also a medium draw also. So this provides additional credits, or provides energy credits for gas water heater products. Once again, within EPCA, going for the one-to-one credit requirements. So pretty brief, but we've seen this information before, and that's all I have.
Thanks, Brian. And thanks to everybody who put forward proposals. You know, I know it's a lot of work to do that, but I think the council, and certainly I, really appreciate all the work that went into putting together these proposals. Okay, I'm not seeing hands up. I think bringing up Kevin's chart would be good. Yes. And Damon.
Real quick, Mr. Chair, I'm looking at the list of all the residential suggestions. There was a whole bunch from Ian Casey, Northwest Natural. Did we cover those under somebody else?
Let's see.
Looks like he's got about 8 proposals in there.
His
They're
were
all-
commercial.
All commercial. yeah.
All commercial, thank you. Okay, while I've got the floor, are we breaking at 1 o'clock, just for clarification?
We could extend the meeting and just delay the commercial code meeting. If we thought we were close to a resolution on a prescriptive, I would love to get some action on something today, and we would need to then reconvene later to consider other proposals. But we could always extend the meeting if we wanted to. I think that's well within what the tag can do.
I'm not opposed to to extending the residential section. I think that's probably prudent. I just wanted I want to order some food. So just trying to pre-plan ahead here.
Yeah, I think what we'd do is we'd probably extend the meeting for another 20 or 30 minutes if we thought we could get to some resolution on something. Kevin.
Process question.
Sure.
Is a motion only made by a primary tag member, or may alternate members also make the motion?
Alternates, as to the best of my knowledge, did not make motion when a primary is present.
Bingo, thank you.
So Dave, Dave Balon, you're up.
So I would like to make a motion.
Okay.
I would like us to accept Henry Odom's proposal as the primary, as the descriptive recommendation from this page, more or less.
This is Greg. I'll second that motion.
Okay, so we have a motion. We have a second, and that is to accept 035 and send that on as the prescriptive option that we send. Is there, I assume there'll be discussion on this. So Dave, do you want to speak to your motion? And I guess my initial question is, are there pieces of other proposals that you would want to include of that, or in that, or is it simply just 035 as written?
I have to admit that I'm uncertain about what to do with the various gas technologies that have been put out here, partly because I don't know how we actually look at them. I don't know if they're rated. I don't know what their ratings are, if they are rated. Okay. I don't know how that relates to anything. So my initial reaction is no, we should wait until it's a real proposal that we can look at in time over with tags, as we do with all the other proposals that we have.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify your motion and make sure I was
right. So
fully understanding it.
So I would certainly think that there would be some effort to amend Henry's proposal, which might or might not pass muster in this group.
Okay. Yeah,
but
so
aside
now
from
you
that,
are
I
speaking.
think I'm proposing that it be included as written.
Okay, and do you want to speak in favor of your motion?
Pardon me? Oh,
Do
in
you
favor of the motion, yeah. This actually provides a fairly straightforward solution to the problem of efficiency versus carbon. It provides a direct calculation of efficiency and in accordance with the EPCA requirements, and it actually returns us to more or less the table we had at the beginning of the 2021 process, which has served us well, actually, and does actually meet the goals of the 1927A in moving smartly towards our 70%.
Okay, thanks, Dave. Greg, you have the floor as you provided the second, so you can speak in favor.
I agree with David. I think it significantly mitigates the risk of all of the legal quicksand that we're looking at here. I think it takes out the narrative sections requiring heat pumps for hot water and space conditioning, which, you know, is our biggest risk in my opinion. So, and I think, you know, encompasses some of the best of the other proposals. So I think we can take a vote and maybe get something done today.
Okay, thank you. Gary, you are up next, and Dave and Greg, can you lower your hands?
Yes.
Gary, you have the floor.
Thanks, Joe. I'm opposed to this going forward in its current form as the only or primary recommendation to the SBCC. I've indicated that I think the new energy normalization table does in fact still risk running afoul of EPCA because it does unduly sway or influence builders to have to use one particular technology over another covered product. So I do believe there's still some risk there of EPCA. I might be willing to support moving this to the SBCC if we could also have a secondary option from this particular group. So I'm opposed to the motion as stated. I might be willing to support if we had another option to put forward to the SBCC.
Okay, thanks, Gary. And once we vote on this motion, people are free to make other motions as well, and you could do that as well. Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too am going to speak against the motion. I think it's more of a shotgun approach where a lot of the proposals we heard were more targeted and more specific. I would prefer to take things in smaller doses than taking this all at once. So I'll speak against the motion.
Okay, thanks, Damon. Patrick, you have the floor.
I'm going to speak, as I said before, to oppose it. I agree with Damon. It is a shotgun approach. It's still banning gas due to economics, and it limits builders due to the amount of credits and penalties towards fossil fuel. And I don't think it will uphold in court in federal court, because it's still a ban. And that will be very easy to prove. So I would not vote this through. You need something more reasonable if you want to get out of litigation. And here's a further suggestion, Shell. The council could get themselves out of all of this hot water by just wiping out both sides of the 2021 code and have a do-over in 24. It would all become moot and we just start over.
Okay, thanks, Patrick. Wade, you are up.
Yeah, I would speak against this proposal in that by raising your energy efficiency requirement credits as high as they're going, you're really forcing the builders into the deep water of changing their framing, their ceiling, adding additional equipment and efficiencies to try and get those. So I think by pushing those required credits up, you're almost making it unattainable without extraordinary means.
Okay, thanks, Wade. Andrea, you're up, and Wade and Patrick, if you could lower your hands, that'd be great.
Yeah, thank you. Andrew with BIW here, also speaking against this motion. For many of the reasons that some of my other stakeholders have mentioned. However, I just want to, I guess, warn people that, you know, lipstick on a pig is still lipstick, even if you don't call it that. So I definitely don't think that this is going to stand up in court, but I guess we'll have to let the lawyers figure that one out. Thanks.
Thanks, Andrea. Johnny.
Yeah, so Washington state law dictates 70% reduction by 2030 from a 2006 baseline, and a credit table is stepped approach in order to reach that goal. Essentially, all of the arguments that are being said here is we don't like the 70% requirement. Yet there was, NEA studies that show that buildings can get to 70% using fossil fuel appliances. That talking point was used extensively throughout the entire campaign against the proposals that I had. You can have energy objectives for a building and have a baseline that allows you to get to those energy objectives, and then have performance pathways that allow for people to model their way to that performance objective. People might not like it, but that is legal under federal law. And there are reasons to reduce our energy usage in the state of Washington to 70%. People might not like that either, but it is legal. So I'm sorry, but got to be an adult in the room.
Thanks, Johnny. Kevin.
Thank you, Chair Anderson. I had a question, I guess first a comment though on the 70% requirement. The last study that I saw by PNNL showed that the residential code was on track for the next 2 code cycles. In other words, as written, not what the changes we're talking about here, we could just go home for a couple of cycles and be on track for that 70% reduction. So I think we have some headroom to play with here. And then the question was for the proponent. I know you covered this, Henry, but I'm not sure I get it straight. What was the reasoning for changing the number of credits required for different buildings? Why did that? You said you reverted, but then it's more than the reversion, and I didn't capture why that was so.
Yeah, if you dig back in, I don't know if it's still up on the website, but you could see my original proposal for the 2021. And so I was saying I reverted to the original 2021 proposal, not necessarily reverted back to 2018. The approach that typically we've been taking, right, is R406, you increase the credits to all housing sizes to bring savings to the code, because historically it's all been pretty much pursued within R406. But this cycle, as we all know, a few of those requirements, like a few insulation requirements and an air tightness, got pushed into the base code. So we didn't ratchet up R406 quite as much because there's some value that was added to the prescriptive language. But yeah, I reverted to the original 2021 targets.
Thank you. I'd missed that detail. So then a follow-up question is, given what I said earlier about headroom, is there literally headroom to adjust that requirement? Or is that another PNNL study to find out?
Yeah, there is a study that looks at the code as adopted to give a holistic review. And I don't think that's been done yet. Certainly needs to be redone if it has been, since we're changing the code now. But that's typically a step that's taken once the code's passed, is to do a review of code language has passed compared to previous cycles.
I guess I'm wondering, given that there's headroom, is there a simple calculus to just notch down? In other words, have a code that's on the glide path, not substantially below it, prior to a full analysis, right? I mean, I really understand it has to be passed and then analyzed, which is a little backward, but that's how the system works.
Like removing 1 credit from each house size or something like that's kind of where you're going with this.
Something. I mean, it seems like there
Okay.
could be some sort of percentage adjustment. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Tim.
Yeah, this is Tim Atterbury with the Associated General Contractors of Washington. Just wanted to associate myself with Andrea's comments and Patrick's comments. Very well said. You can't flirt with EPCA, and it looks like this proposal does. Want to see folks vote no. And then just a minute ago, Johnny made a comment that maybe he was the only adult in the room, and I think that's a negative thing to say. A lot of people on this call might not agree with you, but we're all adults.
Yep.
I'm sorry.
Okay, we have David ready. You had your hand up, but it's down now. Did you want to?
Sorry, yeah. I was taking it down in anticipation of going next, so yeah, if I
Okay,
can
yep.
stall the clock. Yeah, I mean, I support Henry's approach here. I think it makes a lot of sense. I guess the only concern I have is moving away from what was a lot of work done to kind of normalize these credits and put them in the context of emissions as the commercial code was as well. Henry, did you look at how this credit table and changes if you used emissions instead
Yeah,
of
actually,
energy?
yeah, if you remember, the commercial table had dropped the grid to like 0.4 pounds per kilowatt hour.
0.44, yeah.
And if you convert that all to 1-to-1 ratio on carbon, you're pretty darn close to site combustion of gas with that ratio. And so it actually kind of lines up pretty well based off of those adopted values. Obviously, if we start tweaking with those, then yeah, it'll have a divergent correlation. But as it currently stands, they're pretty close to 1-to-1 carbon or energy.
So we could stay. Is it fair to say that we could stick with carbon emissions and pretty much have the same table?
Yeah.
Okay.
The carbon table as it is right now it's within 10% of BTU equivalency between gas and electricity right now. So yeah, they're not the same, but they're very, very close.
Yeah.
Okay, so I will entertain a motion to extend the meeting if anybody wants to extend the meeting and continue this discussion towards a vote, because we have a motion on the table, but we need to extend the meeting if we want to take action on that.
Mr. Chair, I'll go ahead and move to extend the meeting 15 minutes so we can perhaps dispose of this motion.
Okay, thank you. Damon, do we have a second?
I'll second that. This is Gary.
Okay, Gary, we have a second. And Gary, all in favor say, this is for tag member primaries only unless your primary is absent and you're alternate. All in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Okay, all right, we have 15 more minutes more on this call. So I have Lisa next.
Yeah, very, very quickly, I'll just bring up what I noted earlier in the meeting, which is, the goal is to put forth the best ideas of all the proposals that have been submitted so that the MVE committee can evaluate the merit of all those ideas to develop a blended solution. And by dismissing this particular proposal, there are a lot of good ideas that perhaps might just require some adjustment that will no longer be in the list of things that the MVE committee can consider. So it seems like we're kind of tying their hands a little bit with some options they could work with.
Thanks, Lisa. And my understanding is the MVE could resuscitate proposals that the tag does not approve. That's my understanding from past MVE, but if anybody knows different, let me know.
They have done that.
Yep. Okay, great. Yep. It has happened, but I still agree with Lisa's point, which is we have one proposal in exclusion of the others. So that's what's on the table. George N., you are up.
Yeah, it's George Nail, City of Sumner. She practically took the words out of my mouth for the most part of what I was going to say. So I just say I would reiterate what Lisa just mentioned. But the other thing that I wanted to say was that when doing this, we definitely need to make sure that EPCA is avoided entirely. There's been some comments about the dryer specifically. I think when they were mentioning the appliances, I think we should take a close look at that. And then I mean, everything's got to steer clear of that EPCA. There's definitely some stuff that's in the code that, after reading through EPCA myself, is very, very blatantly in violation of that act. I know the target is 70%, and I understand that that's state law, but we cannot violate federal preemption to do so. And that includes making energy credits so many points that to accomplish those and not use the gas because of that associated increased costs, we're still flirting with EPCA. So the comment of potentially going back to the 2018 entirely until the 2024, this could potentially be the best option because it buys the most time to resolve this stuff. And that's all I got.
Okay, thanks, George. And then you mentioned dryers, and I think dryers only show up as a R406 option. That's
it's in that appliance package one.
Yeah, so it's,
if I'm not mistaken, that was 1.5 of your energy credits, which is a pretty big chunk.
Yep. Okay, Patrick.
I want to speak against what Johnny said regarding the 70%. Federal preemption is federal preemption, and it trumps any Washington state law. I want everybody in there to know it. And also George, who just spoke, he spoke very accurately that this proposal that we're considering is kind of just a whitewash. It's not solving the State Building Code Council's problem with EPCA.
Thanks, Patrick. Gary, you are next.
Thanks. Clarification. I think the motion was to put this forward as the primary recommendation. Does that mean the only recommendation from this table?
That's an interesting question. That's kind of how I understood it, but I think when we convene again, because we will, I think someone else could suggest that, I think that the council and the MVE committee need options. And if the tag wants to send a similar prescriptive package to the MVE and council, I think that's perfectly appropriate. But that's not, I don't believe, I think the motion right now is to send 035 to the MVE and the council as the primary prescriptive option, but I think that could be modified by the tag if the tag wanted to next time we get together. Does that answer your question?
Well, I think so. As I said before, I'm much more in favor of sending at least another option from these proposals to the council for consideration, so they can take a look at a couple of options there. So if primary doesn't mean only,
I guess in my understanding of the motion, it's not so complete a motion that we couldn't consider the other proposals later. It was simply to move 035 forward to the MVE and the council. That's my understanding of the motion.
got it.
And I guess, okay, well, I'm seeing no more hands up, and maybe that means we've all made our points. Now, Kevin, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Anderson. I cannot make a motion, but I would like to float the idea of adding additional credits to table 035 for someone else to make a motion, should they be so inclined. Thank you.
I'll make the motion to add additional credits so that it balances out better.
In what is the motion, Patrick? What is the motion?
I'll let Kevin make the suggestions.
Setting aside procedural questions, I was just thinking a combination of proposal 001 and 020 specifically.
And that would,
because I believe those contain elements of 009 and 032. So it'd be kind of a compilation of all of these proposals.
so that would include the gas-fired heat pumps within the table, is that
correct?
Okay, that's kind of the main idea that you want to bring is, okay, the table, let's add these combo and gas-fired heat pump options to the table and figure out how many credits they're worth later. Is that?
You bet.
Okay, so Patrick, you are making a motion right now. Is that the motion you kind of want to make?
Yes.
Okay, so to amend the motion on the floor, Patrick's making a motion to amend the motion on the floor to add the gas heat pump and combo credits to the R406 credit table with point values TBD. And that's the motion, Patrick?
Yes.
Okay, is there a second?
Chell, this is Greg. I might be in favor of this motion, but I'd want to know the point values before I decided whether or not I was in favor of it.
Yeah, what the tag has done before is have the point values based on the same modeling that the rest of the point values are based on. So in this case, I would beg Henry to work with whomever to figure out what the energy savings of those measures are. That would be my guess. Otherwise, and then basically, Greg, to your point, the MVE and council could then consider those exact point values if the MVE and council thought that they were arrived at in a squirrely fashion. We could do something at other levels, but we've done in the past where the tag has passed something and then later the point values come in because they cannot be instantly derived.
So the point values are based on the same energy modeling that everything else is based on. Is that correct?
That would be the goal, yes. And the MVE and the council, if we pass this mandatory motion and the main motion, would then kind of include that stipulation.
Henry, is that something that seems feasible to you?
Yeah, I think I could volunteer to take a look at them. In the past, Chell, we've had small subgroups without quorum, right, to kind of look at this.
Yep.
Instead of just in a silo. So I might request maybe a few other people who want to be involved as well, but I'm happy to take a closer look at some of Kevin's measures.
Okay.
I,
So you have a
I think
motion
we
on the
put this and
floor.
second it then.
There, you will second it, Greg?
I will second it.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. We have 8 minutes left. Patrick, do you want to speak to your motion?
Yes. I think that there is a balance that needs to happen if we want to get out of the scrutiny of the court system and EPCA, and anything we can add that makes this more reasonable is a good idea. So I think that those that are thinking of passing this and that they're out of the woods, I don't think that's the truth.
Okay.
There are some of us here that just might know a little bit more about what's going on behind the scenes than some people that are voting here.
Okay. Thank you, Patrick. Greg, do you want to speak to this motion? You don't need to, but you can. Greg Davenport.
Yeah. No, I think in the original discussions to put together the code package, there was some good compromise, for gas-fired heat pumps. And I think if there are energy efficient gas-fired heat pumps available and, they are significantly more energy efficient than the current equipment and kind of equalize with the electric heat pumps that are out there or come close, we should look at that and make that an option.
Okay, thanks, Greg. We have very few minutes left, so please keep comments short. Gary, you're up. And
Yeah.
right now, comments are on the amendatory motion, which is to add this to the main motion.
Yeah, I think maybe more of a clarification here, because I believe what Kevin said is amending the motion by incorporating proposal 001 and 020. And just so that everybody knows, 001 would revise the fuel normalization table. So I want, and Kevin, can you confirm that that's what you had suggested?
That wasn't what I was thinking for this particular amendment. I was looking at the column R406.3 only for those proposals.
Sorry, I thought I heard you say 001. Maybe I heard wrong.
I did, but I was not being very precise.
Yeah, the mandatory motion is to just add some credit options to the credit table right now. So, okay.
Then as long as I have the floor just briefly, then sorry, Kevin, but I'm still gonna speak in opposition. I mean, I like the amendment, but I'm not gonna vote in favor of the motion. Thank you.
Okay. Kevin, you have the floor.
Thank you. Just a quick note, in terms of modeling, I do have some resources that would help with that. Thank you.
Great. Wade.
Yeah, I think just adding gas-fired heat pumps is not enough. I think there need to be other options in there. I'm in the HVAC industry, and there aren't a lot of mainstream gas-fired heat pumps available, to my knowledge.
Thanks, Wade. Okay, I see no more hands up. Let's vote on the amendatory motion. So this is we're just voting on whether we want to add gas-fired heat pumps to the main motion. We're not voting on the main motion. We're voting on amending the main motion to include the options for gas-fired heat pumps and combo heat pumps. So let's take a roll call vote on this one, Krista.
Okay. Damon Doyle,
No.
Mike Fowler,
Chair, can I ask for just a repeat of what this particular vote is?
So this vote is to add options for gas-fired heat pumps and combo gas-fired heat pumps to the credit table in the proposal 35 It's not voting for 035. It's just adding to amend the table to add these options.
Okay, and apologize for not raising my hand earlier, but a question for Kevin, if I can. Looking at your proposal,
Okay, we're
my
voting
only,
right now. I'm
I
sorry.
will bring it up later. I will bring it up later, but
Okay.
yes, is my vote.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, after further understanding the amended motion we're voting on, I would change my vote to a yay.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Damon.
Okay. Did Jeremy Moore join us? Wade Craig,
No.
Ray Alshouse,
Aye.
Dave Balon, that was an abstain. Dave, I didn't quite hear you.
Abstain.
Thank you. Jonathan Jones,
Aye.
David Reddy,
Yes.
Barry Hickinen,
Abstain.
Andrea Smith,
Yes.
Irina Respetness,
Abstain.
Poppy Storm,
No.
Greg Davenport,
Aye.
Henry Odom,
Yeah.
Gavin. Oh, Gavin, you said John was going to vote for you?
Yes.
I mean, Gavin, if Gavin, you're here, you need to vote. You can't have John vote for you if you're the primary.
I'm not sure that he is.
Oh, he's not here. Okay. That was John
Okay.
speaking. Okay, go ahead and vote, John.
Yes.
Thank you. Patrick Hayes,
Yes.
Luke Howard,
Yes.
Jason Carter,
Yes.
Jeanette McHugh,
Yes.
Jonah Kinchy,
Yes.
okay, motion passes 13-2 with 3 abstentions.
Was Michael called on?
He's an alternate.
Oh, okay, sorry. Okay, yep, good point. All right, so we does anyone want to extend the meeting further? I think we could vote now if there's no further comments on the main motion. Or we could extend the meeting and discuss it further. Okay, let's take a roll call vote on the main motion, which is the mandatory motion passes. So now we are voting on the main motion, which is to pass 035 with the addition of certain gas heat pump and combo heat pump credit options in the table. So this will be a roll call vote as well.
Damon Doyle,
No.
Mike Fowler,
Yes.
Wade Craig,
No.
Ray Alshouse,
Yes.
Dave Balon,
Yes. Did you hear me, Chris?
yes. Jonathan Jones,
Aye.
David Reddy,
Yes.
Gary Hickinen,
No.
Andrea Smith,
No.
Irina Respetness,
Yes.
Poppy Storm,
Yes.
Greg Davenport,
Yes.
Henry Odom,
Yes.
Gavin Tenold,
This is John. Yes.
Patrick Hayes,
No.
Luke Howard,
Yes.
Jason Carter,
No.
Jeanette McHugh,
No.
Jonah Kinchi.
Yes.
Motion carries 12-7.
Okay, motion passes 12-7. And we are out of time. So we are going to need to, Chris is going to send out a when to meet or a poll or something and find out when we can meet and discuss other things to do with all the proposals we got. So thank you everybody for all your time and all your effort. We are adjourning right now, and the commercial energy code was scheduled to convene about now, but we need a 20-minute break for those of us on both tags. So we're going to take a 20-minute break until 1:40. So thank you so much for all of your work and all of your input today.
Joe?
Yeah, yes.
This is Dave Balon. I'm not sure I'm on the commercial tag. Or at least I'm not sure I'm on it at this point.
Yeah, if you're not on the commercial tag, then
I
go have a
don't know
wonderful
because of the way that
have a wonderful solstice.
What?
Have a wonderful solstice if you're not on the commercial tag. The rest of us will be indoors.
Well, but I don't know. That's why I was asking.
Oh, I can look it up. I will open this spreadsheet. Dave Balon on the commercial tag.
I do not see you on it.
The list I have says residential only.
Okay. All right, Dave, you have the day off. The rest of the day off.
I may sit in.
Okay. All right. Talk to you all in 18 minutes at 1:40. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the slightly delayed Commercial Energy Code Technical Advisory Group. If you've been with us all day, we've already had almost 5 hours of discussion. On the residential energy code tag, we ended 20 minutes late, but we were able to accomplish some things in the end. So I'm happy about that. We have lots of proposals, just like with the residential energy code tag. I think there's a few obvious pathways forward. There's one which is based on building performance, which means we generally, and this is what the proposals include. There's proposals under building, kind of a total building performance, which says leave the heat pump requirements in the prescriptive code, but modify C407 to allow federal minimum efficiency gas appliances. Then there's another pathway, which is prescriptive, which says strike the heat pump requirements from the prescriptive, and then probably or possibly modify C406 credit options and tables and those kinds of things. There's an interesting third pathway that was proposed, which creates an explicit pathway for minimum federal gas appliances that just requires more C406 credits. We'll get to that eventually. And then just like with the residential code, there's additional proposals for Chapter 5 existing buildings that we will consider. So let's take a roll call and see who's in the room, in the virtual room.
Jill Anderson,
I'm still here.
Mike Fowler,
Also still here.
Scott Henderson,
Here.
Shane Niles,
Here.
Chris Holliday, Ray Allshouse,
Here.
Lisa Rosenau,
Here.
Henry Odom, Eric Bedell,
Here.
Martin Connor, Sarah Breedy,
Present.
David Reddy,
Here.
Michael Baranek, Gary Hickman,
Here.
Kevin Duell, Irenas Rasputnis, Chris Burrows,
Here.
Poppy Storm,
Here.
CJ Brockway, Andrew Poltorak, Sean Vig,
Here.
Alan Montpelier, Elizabeth Joyce, Eric Olnott,
Here.
Gavin Tenold,
Here.
John Lang, Patrick Hayes, Luke Howard,
Present.
Liz Reichert,
Present.
Michael Curtright, and did we have a new electrical engineer on this tag?
We do. Gregory.
Yes, present.
Sorry, I didn't have you on my list.
And also, Krista, I missed your roll call. This is Kevin Duell.
Okay.
Okay, is anybody on this that thinks they're a tag member of the Commercial Energy Code tag that did not get their name called? Okay.
This is Chris. Irina did not tell me she would be missing, so she may show up. So maybe still call her when we get to roll call votes.
Will do.
She was here earlier, I think. So.
Yeah, exactly. So she didn't tell me she was leaving. So.
All right. Well, I know you can handle it if she's not here. Okay, so we have those four pathways, and I guess like the residential energy code from the council perspective, I personally would like to see multiple options being forwarded to the council and the MVE committee to be considered. because we will be able to have legal counsel on all these issues once they get to MVE or the council. So I'd love to see multiple options by the tag forwarded. One way would be just eat one of each of these, but you're the tag, you can make motions as you want. We have multiple proposals again that cover the same code sections. So what we did in the residential energy code is we looked at all the proposals